emceeing for today. I don't want to read my bio because they actually wrote it for me, and I don't want to read it so that to say, oh, my name is Danish Odongo, I'm a communicator, I do this and that. No, I will not read it. But as we go on, you'll get to know who I am. Now, welcome to this award ceremony for the 2021 World Mental Health Day Poetry Competition winners. And today we have a wide range of guests, from the state actors to non-state actors, and we have the journalists, and we have communicators, and everyone who's here. And therefore, feel free to continue. But before we start, allow me to just give a few house rules. Number one, in case you need any help, we have colleagues from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights who are here, and I'd like them to stand up so that they are able to, just in case of anything, they can guide you where to get any help. All right? So there we have Clara. Clara, just wave. All right. Then we have Janet. All right, Janet. We have Anthony, man in the suit. And then we have Clement. All right. So in case you need any help or any clarification, reach out to them and they will be able to guide you. Now, in case you need toilets or you want to use the washrooms, or we call them the VIP rooms, you'll just go out, right outside, and then to your right hand, there are staircases that are going towards like the basement. There they are the VIP sections for this building. And as we start, before we go on, I still want to insist on anybody tell us how their Easter experience was. Did you celebrate at home? Were you in the city? Did your family come together? Did you travel? Anybody, just anybody. All right, then let me tell you my experience. Yesterday, my sister had the husband's family come over to our place, and they came to pay bride price. That was my first time in my adult life that I was witnessing a cultural event in my community, and I found it to be quite interesting. But the most amazing thing around that entire experience was that there was just this wide wall between us and them. I don't know, why do we always make sure that the in-laws are, like this, usually just a wide wall. It's like the wall of Jericho. So it's just quite wide, and you cannot, just move and sit with them. Then the sons have to sit here, and the brothers have to sit here, and the fathers have to sit here. And I found that to be quite very interesting. That happened yesterday, and then I came to Nairobi. And as we continue as we go on, I'd like us to put our hands together for Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, who's coming here to speak with us. She's the Assistant Director, Disability Rights Focal Lead at the KNCHR. Put your hands together for Dr. Elizabeth, who has worked tirelessly hard to ensure that this event is as successful as it is. I'd say something about her by there she comes. We often think that Gava guys are good, but Gava guys are extremely thorough. And Dr. Elizabeth is one of them. A round of applause again as she sets up. As she sets up, the event is being live streamed on the KNCHR YouTube channel. You can just go to YouTube and take the link and share it with your network. But also you can tweet whatever it is that is said here through Haki KNCHR, tag them, and we don't have any official hashtag, but you can just go ahead and tag them, and let's have a brilliant conversation online so that we can live stream it to everybody. Or to our speakers, let's just try to be as descriptive and as possible so that then we receive as we have conversations here. So instead of pointing there, just describe what you're pointing. If you see a color, just describe that color, describe the smile. Try to be as descriptive as possible as you come to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Danish, and good morning, everybody. We would like to welcome each and every one of you to today's event. Please feel most welcome. We are really so happy to see all of you. We are really so happy that you're here. Looking around the room, I see representation from many of our partners, both state and non-state. I see representation from the Ministry of Health. I see representation from our sister commission, the Ombudsman. I see representation also from institutions of higher learning. I see, of course, our civil society stakeholders, partners. So I really feel that I am among, family, people I have been with and we've worked with on these issues of disability and mental health for a long time. So karibuni sana, sana, sana. We are especially pleased to see the reason for our being here. We are especially pleased to see our reason for being here, which is our poets and their families, and especially special welcome to you young people who went out of your way to write. Without you, we would not be having this event today. A round of applause for our young people, even at this stage. Yeah, we appreciate you. So I think before we go very far with our program, it is usually customary for us to begin with a prayer. Today we would like to all pray together through the words of our national anthem. So I would like to request that we all stand up. We will have our national anthem clip being projected in a short while, and we should then be able to join in that communal prayer. Any musicians in the room? Someone who did their, one of our young poets, So thank you. We may take our seats. So at this stage, allow me to take us through the program for the day, just to give us all a sense of what we are expecting. And so we will begin with agenda setting, where we will have a video clip play. Will show some of the background to the event that we are having today and to the work that the commission does on. We will then have a session that will take us through an analysis of the poetry writing competition entries. How many entries did we have? What demographics? How many male? How many female? How many intersex, if at all? So we will have presentation on that. And then we'll have a session that will take us through the assessor's eyes, through the judge's eyes, in terms of What were the assessors looking for? How did they identify our top poets? We'll have a session on that. We'll take a tea break and come back to have remarks from our guests. And I'm really pleased to see many of our chief guests already in the room with us this morning. Again, and I work as the Disability Rights Focal Person at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 2021 World Mental Health Day Poetry Writing Competition, which is a competition that we ran as a commission to bring young people into discussions about mental health as a human rights issue. The World Mental Health Day is marked on 10th of October every year with the aim of raising awareness on mental health, which is important because mental health issues are often shrouded in secrecy and silence and stigma, and so it's important to raise awareness and to make this a discussion that is held, including with the participation of young. Elizabeth Kamundia, and I work as the Disability Rights Focal Person at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 2021 World Mental Health Day Poetry Writing Competition, which is a competition that we ran as a commission to bring young people into discussions about mental health as a human rights issue. The World Mental Health Day is marked on 10th of October every year with the aim of raising awareness on mental health, which is important because mental health issues are often shrouded in secrecy and silence and stigma, and so it's important to raise awareness and to make this a discussion that is held, including with the participation of young people.
My name is Anthony Wangila Muhena. I want to appreciate the Commission's step to hold the poetry competition on mental health in 2021, which targeted young learners aged between 12 to 25 in Kenya. This exposes young people to mental health at a very early stage, making them appreciate what mental health is and the rights of persons with psychosocial disabilities.
People wonder, who are these people? Many terms are used: people with mental health conditions, people with intellectual disabilities, people with mental disabilities, people with psychosocial disabilities, and sometimes the terms can be quite confusing for many. So I wanted to start by just getting into those definitions. People with intellectual disabilities are people who have conditions that are usually acquired as from birth or during childhood. These will be conditions such as Down syndrome. They are conditions that tend to affect learning, memory, sequencing of events. But people with these conditions can have full lives in the community on an equal basis with others, as long as they are adequately supported and as long as laws, policies, and structures within society accommodate them and do not, discriminate against them. Now, people with psychosocial disabilities, on the other hand, are people who have conditions that tend to be episodic. Medical terms for some of these conditions include bipolar, schizophrenia. These are some of the terms, but really so these will be conditions that affect, for example, mood. There will be conditions that have people hearing voices or seeing things that are not perceived by other people. But the thing is that the barrier really is in the discrimination and the negative attitudes. So if you imagine if someone with bipolar applied for a position at, for employment and disclosed that they have bipolar beforehand, what are the chances in our society today that they would be hired for that position? And the barrier there is the negative attitudes, the attributing inability, attributing dangerousness, or attributing other things that have no basis in reality in terms of the actual performance of the person on the job. I think it's important to note, however, that from a human rights-based perspective, we are more interested in the barriers that hinder the full and equal participation of people with disabilities, mental health or otherwise, from full participation in society on an equal basis with others. Usually these barriers are attitudinal, so stigma, presumptions that they cannot achieve or contribute as much as other members of society.
My name is Clement Kemboi, Research and Compliance Officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Some of the challenges that face people with mental health conditions include: 1, social stigma and discrimination, which prevent them from seeking and getting the help and support that they need. The second challenge is that there are laws that violate the rights of persons with mental health conditions, in that these laws permit the use of practices such as seclusion, involuntary admission and treatment, and use of forceful and physical restraints. The other challenge is that we lack as a country the community-based mental health services, which in turn leads to institutionalization of people with mental health conditions.
I'm Edward Siekisa, an attachee at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. These challenges can affect the mental health and well-being of higher education students. The entrance to the learning institutions marks a period of transition for young people. Through this transition, students face new challenges such as, making independent decisions about their lives and studies, and at the same time adjusting to academic demands of ill-structured learning institutions.
So lost productivity due to mental illnesses cost the global economy as much as $1 trillion each year. Here in Kenya, treating mental illnesses comes at a high economic cost for families, something which traps them in endless cycles of poverty. And this is largely attributed to the very low mental health financing in the country. Kenya does not have a separate budget for mental health care, and the total government expenditure on mental health has consistently been less than 1% of its total expenditure on health generally. And add this to the fact that most insurance companies do not offer cover for mental health care, means that individuals suffering from mental illnesses have to pay out of pocket. Now, if we do invest in the prevention and treatment of mental illnesses, we'll realize so many gains for the health and for the economy at the individual, at the national, and also at the global level. And this will mainly be seen through improved performance and also productivity at the workplace. And the spending that was made for treating mental illnesses will be directed towards other crucial sectors of the economy.
My name is Petronila Mukaindo. I am the Deputy Director at the head of the Research and Compliance Division at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. You are aware that Kenya ratified or is a state party to the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which as a country we ratified in May of 2008. So under this convention, state parties bind themselves to be able to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities, and that includes persons with mental illness. At Article 33(2), more specifically, the convention requires state parties to be able to designate an independent monitoring mechanism to protect, promote, and also monitor the implementation of the provisions that are provided under the convention. So as a commission, we have been designated by the states as the independent monitoring agency, and given our A status that is in compliance with the Paris principles.
The Commission is the monitoring agency on issues of persons with disabilities, and we are really pleased at the opportunity to have this poetry award ceremony.
I would want to highlight the protective laws that are in Kenya, especially the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43, which guarantees the right of every Kenyan to the highest attainable standard of health, including mental health.
We have the Supreme Law of the Land, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which is very progressive in terms of the Bill of Rights. And at its Article 54, it provides for the rights of persons with disabilities. For the first time, we have this recognized in our Supreme Law. Very specifically, it emphasizes the need for the persons with disabilities to be treated with respect and dignity. The right to be, to access materials, public places, and also the right to access institutions of learning that are integrated in the society, amongst other rights. Now, when it comes to legislative framework, we have 2 laws, but just to note that also persons with mental illness are entitled to all rights that as human beings we are entitled to. But more specific legislation that pertains to persons with disabilities, that includes the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2003, as well as the Mental Health Act of 1989. As you realize, these laws were way before we enacted the Constitution of Kenya 2010, or promulgated it, as well as before we ratified the CRPD. But as a commission, we are glad to note that efforts to amend these laws is actually in the advanced stages in the National Assembly. Besides the legislative framework, we have the mental health policy, which is 2015 to 2030.
My name is Dr. Bernard Mogesa. I am the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Take this opportunity to highlight the measures or steps that the Commission has taken towards the protection of persons with mental health. I recall the Mental Health Act of 1989 has gone various reviews, and most significantly the review that was done in 2020 through a bill that was passed in the Senate, and now the same is at the 3rd reading in the National Assembly. This bill is very, very significant because it is going to tackle, among other things, guaranteeing the rights of persons with mental capacities, where they can exercise their legal capacity mandate, and also recognizing the fact that they can be involved in decision making. It will also ensure that the involuntary and of course the emergency admission and treatment of persons with mental capacities is taken care of. And the Commission also calls upon, even in this particular bill, the removal of the seclusion and restraint measures that are applied by our various mental health hospitals. The other point that the Commission has highlighted in its advisory in this particular bill is to ensure that persons with psychosocial disabilities are involved in the decision-making processes. And all this is guaranteed actually in our Constitution, that there must be public participation, and the participation of individuals is also guaranteed in this.
My name is Janet Kabaya, a Senior Human Rights Officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I believe partnerships are important to ensure there is creation of awareness of mental health in the country. An example is the partnership that the Commission has with the Judiciary Training Institute, where members of the bench have been trained on the needs of persons with psychosocial or intellectual disability while they face the criminal justice system in the country. The Commission is a convening body of civil society organizations that work in the mental health sector. In addition to this, the Commission has also hosted a conference with Kabarak University, an institution of higher learning.
Secondly, we have World Health Organization Quality Rights Initiative, and this initiative is important in the following ways. It exposes both medical and non-medical personnel to a human rights-based approach to provision of mental health services in the country. And I'm glad that this initiative can be, anyone can train, because it's easily accessible online.
Now, tackling mental health, which has become a serious problem in the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta set up a mental health task force to help bring out the legal issues, the policy issues, the administrative issues, the structural issues to address the mental health challenges in the Republic. And of course, the Commission, in one of its advisories, recommended the repeal and decriminalization of attempted suicide. And of course, this will be on the basis of the recommendations, for example, of the mental health experts from the Ministry of Health. So in a nutshell, the Penal Code section 226 of our laws needs to be repealed to ensure that we guarantee the right to mental health of all the Kenyans. The Commission will continuously engage the Ministry of Health. It will engage at the international level as well, so that the country gets the best law that is based on international human rights standards and principles as well.
Karibu sana, Fred. And so all of this work is anchored under the excellent leadership of Petronella Mokaindo. Karibu sana, Petronella.
made in terms of sharing advisories with both houses of parliament on how best we can now amend our outdated laws, the Persons with Disabilities Act, the Mental Health Act, to make them laws that are progressive, laws that are in compliance with our constitution, as well as our CRPD. Now, besides that, we try dialogue as a commission as the first port of call. But sometimes when that does not seem to bear fruit very quickly, we resort to court interventions. So currently, under our public interest litigation docket, we are actually challenging Section 226 of the Penal Code that criminalizes attempted suicide. And this we are doing in conjunction with the Kenya Psychiatric Association, as well as a person with a mental lived experience. So besides that, international compliance, Elizabeth mentioned that is something that as a commission, we are designated by under the Constitution to ensure that state complies with all the treaty obligations that we have bound ourselves into. And remember, under our 2010 Constitution, unlike before, all the treaties and obligations that as a country we've ratified, they form part of the laws of Kenya. So under that, we've, for instance, been engaging even with the Ministry of Labor to have ratification of the African Disability Protocol. We've been working very closely to engage with international mechanisms at the United Nations level, the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the African Commission, the special rapporteurs, the various mandates. So that is also the work we do under international and regional compliance, and also working very closely with the Department of Justice as the advisor of government to ensure that these obligations are actually brought to the attention of the respective ministries and departments. Besides that, of course, we do media engagement to try and also bring awareness, social media, mainstream media. We try to do that. And partnerships, I think that also came out very clearly from the clip. And in partnerships, we are very keen on this one, because we realize then, also as a commission, we have to leverage, even on the grassroots, networks, but also at the national level, the various state actors. For instance, and I must first start with appreciating Osea Fred, as one of our key partners in this project, because currently, actually, this award is under a project which is meant to advance the rights of persons with psychosocial disabilities and albinism in Kenya, which is a 2-year project. And you'll agree with me, it has been very fruitful. Okay, I'm just lobbying again. It has been very fruitful. Last year, we hosted the albinism awareness day competition, and we did the awards. So this is the second award ceremony we are doing under this. So we appreciate that support. Besides that, we have civil society organizations. We host this stakeholders coalition, on mental health, to be able to discuss issues, to be able to even do joint advisories to Parliament, to be able to brainstorm the various issues affecting the country. Remember, it is very key that whatever we do, whatever reforms we are making, nothing about us without us. So the persons with disabilities need to be at the very center in terms of participation in all the reforms that we are undertaking. So we are very keen, and deliberately engage them throughout the process of the work we do. Now, when it comes to government, because remember, the government is the state is the duty bearer in terms of actually bringing all these proposals we are making into fruition. I mentioned about the Ministry of Health, partnerships under the WHO Quality Rights Program. Now, we also partner with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We actually have an MOU, and under that, we're actually part of the Disability Statistical Working Committee, which includes various stakeholders to also ensure, because data is key. Without data, then we cannot be able to do proper planning. So we need to be able to collect the relevant data to be able to even when we're talking of social protection programs. Now, others include the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. I mentioned about the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. Now, that is the long name, whereby we are also a member to the Interagency Coordinating Committee, IAAC. Judiciary Training Institute, we are also looking at, because when we talk of access to justice, one of the barriers that actually persons with disabilities, and especially persons with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities face in our criminal justice system. So we are very keen, and we've worked very closely with the judiciary to be able to train, sensitize magistrates so that we best handle persons with psychosocial disabilities in the best way possible, as they elicit evidence and all that, just to ensure that access to justice is actually realized. Office of the Attorney General, Parliament of Kenya, National Gender and Equality Commission. Now, I can go on and on, but then I would like to mention about our own compliance, because remember also we are, as a state organ, we have a responsibility to ensure that we are also working and continuously challenging ourselves to ensure that we are complying, being inclusive, complying in terms of ensuring accessibility of our services and all that. So we have a disability mainstreaming strategy, which we continue to work towards mainstreaming disability in our own commission. And I'm glad to note that most recently we actually received an award as the most inclusive constitutional commission under the Disabilities and Inclusion Awards. So we'll continue to work, and with the excellent team, as you've seen, we'll continue to try and do our best in order to champion, to continue promoting and protecting the rights of all persons, especially persons with mental illness. Now, if you'll allow me now to quickly jump into this, we are coming closely to, I would like to go to the next step, which is basically just running through the breakdown of the entries that we received in the competition. Because the question is, okay, so we ran the award, the clip introduced us to that, so then what? What did we get? Now, so the brief poetry competition, what, when, who, where, that is what I want us to look at. Who are the poetry entrants? As research people, we like to disaggregate data. We want to be very clear, because you see, data tell a story, and from the story you can learn and carry various lessons. So this is why it's important to see. Next, please. Yeah. So we ran the competition. Dr. already mentioned that of the 10th October, every year is the World Mental Health Day celebration. And to do that, we decided to reach out this time to engage the young learners. And we grouped them into categories, So 12 years below, and as well as 13 to 18, 19 to 25 years. So those were the three categories. And that is how we grouped the entries that we received. Next slide, please. So in line with the theme of the 2021 World Mental Health Day, so these are we presented sub-themes around, which candidates could write their poetry around. And remember, poetry was around 500 words. So face-to-face encounter with discrimination and unequal treatment, your own personal story, with a mental health, your own personal story as a person with a mental health condition, or as a caregiver or relative to a person with psychosocial or intellectual disabilities. What were the challenges that trump? So just also to bring awareness into our own, what are we feeling as learners? What are we feeling as people either facing mental health challenges, or as caregivers, or as relatives, siblings of persons we face. So we wanted that personal touch and experience. Then looking around you, awareness of the environment, yeah? Just what is the role of the various persons in the environment in terms of handling, mental health conditions. So whether it is the family, the local community, in the schools. So we were really keen on that. Next slide, please. Can you use this? So the third one, remember 2021 also happened in the background of COVID-19. And so we were keen to also see how writers are bringing out the impact of the pandemic in terms of increasing the existing inequalities and opportunities to build back better after the COVID-19 crisis. Then number 4, we also were keen to see, okay, we don't want just to talk about challenges, we also want solutions. The so what? So we also were keen to see candidates expressing themselves around solutions, proposing solutions to do something around. Then added to that is also the call for action for support, inclusion, integration of persons with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. So those were the 5 themes that we were looking at. So this is what we received. We received, as at the close of the deadline, the 1-month call out, we received a total of 44 entries. And this was the categorization. So in the category of 19 to 25, we had around 40. This was actually the majority category, mostly in undergraduates. 13 to 18, 4. Now these are questions we need to keep, ask ourselves. Then up to 12 years, 0. I don't know. So that then should tell us something. So as a commission, we are also looking at those figures and saying, okay, what are they telling us in terms of either reaching to, our younger population? What are they telling you as guardians, as siblings of, as bigger sisters? We need to encourage the younger people to come out. So that is the disaggregation. Now, in terms of sex, we had a higher percentage of female participants in the poetry competition. So we had around 26, which was slightly more than half at 59%, and the female at 18, which is 41%. We did not have any intersex. Anybody would identify themselves as an intersex person. Now, what was the level of education of the participants? So the highest actually was undergraduate. I mentioned that, 81.8%, which is about 36 applicants. High school, 11.36, sorry. Diploma, 4.5, and masters at 2.2. So that was the outlook in terms of the education. What about geographical representation? Because we are also keen to see, we want to reach as far as possible. We want to be able to reach all the 47 counties. That is what an inclusive nation looks like in the context of Kenya. So majority were from Nairobi, and when we're talking of geographical representation, we mean of residents, yeah? The counties of residents. So Nairobi had the majority, 15 entrants at 34%, followed by Kiambu, 7, Nakuru, 4, then 6 counties, Embu, Kisii, Kisumu, Kakamega, Uasin Gishu, and Nyandarua represented, each had 2, only 2. And then 6 counties, that is Kitui, Laikipia, Machakos, Siaya, Mombasa, and Taita Taveta, at 1 applicant, each 2.3% of the total. So in total, we had 15 counties, 44 entries. So then also as people who come from various counties, then what can we do moving forward to ensure that this conversation, we have better reach in terms of our county coverage on these matters. Now, assessment, as I finish. So the assessment, I'm finishing. So what happened is that each entry was reviewed by a team of 3 experts, highly specialized experts in their respective fields. And this includes academia, specifically literature and linguistics. We were very keen on that. Human rights, disability rights, and mental health. We needed to have an expert in that, as well as mental health, generally. And so those are the examiners, judges we identified for purposes of this, and I think the next clip will actually give us more details on that. Now, their responsibility was broadly to ensure that, of course, appropriate standards are upheld, and they had to come up beforehand with an objective criteria for grading, and then, of course, to mark the poet's work fairly and consistently. And what the Secretariat did quietly is also to ensure that all the entries received were anonymized, so that the judges did not also know whom they were dealing with to start with, so that we were very keen on that. So more information will be coming in the next clip in terms of, okay, so what were the specific issues that the judges were looking at? If I attempt to do that now, that will be hearsay, and my evidence teacher told me several decades ago that that is inadmissible, so I will not, I better leave that to the judges. Now, finally, cutting short, it's not there. Have been the last slide, yeah, that one, the slide before. The parting shot. Now, if the Hilton staff acknowledge source, this I found in one of the alleys somewhere in this hotel, and because I agree with it very truly, I thought that I should share this, especially with our young people and learners that are here. So it is, the quote is by Ellen Johnson. She's a former president of Liberia and the first elected female head of state in Africa and a Nobel Peace Prize winner. So this is a quote: "The size of your dreams must exceed your current capacity to achieve them. If your dreams do not scare you, then they are not big enough." So I would like to challenge us to ensure that our dreams are as scary as they can get. I thank you, and congratulations to all the awardees present. Thank you very much.
A better round of applause, Petronila, for the fantastic work done. Haki kwa wote, kila wakati. You know, it's the political season, and now you're going to hear all type of slogans. But then our slogan will remain haki kwa wote and kila wakati. Okay, I need some bit of energy, jameni. A bit of energy. Haki kwa wote, kila wakati. All right, thank you so much. Now, I'm just going to do a very brief exercise here that will get us right into the heart of the activity today. But before that, I'm just going to tell you guys a very brief story. So I was born Dennis Odongo. And then in class 8, when I was sitting for my KCPE examinations in a rural school in Kano, the school is called Ongeche Primary School. So if you're here and you understand the language, you know what Ongeche means. I can see my brother there laughing. What does it mean? It means monkeys primary school. So perhaps a long time ago, there were monkeys in that area who were then evacuated, and then the school was made. And then this teacher, who was overly enthusiastic, was called Mr. Ndonga, decided that, you know what, by the way, Dennis is too common. I'm going to change your name, and I'm going to register you for KCPE as Danish Odongo. So if you struggle with that name, I also struggle with it, because I was born Dennis, but now all my certificate and all my details now are Danish Odongo. I don't have a problem with that, because then it's a unique identifier. I'm going to ask some of you here, what is the one unique thing about you that many of us here may not know? And I believe that many of us here are going to have that. But before we go there, I'd like to ask a question. How many of us here have a mental health lived experience, and you're proud to show your hands up? Okay, thank you. I see you are many in the house, myself too. So my story starts in 2018 December, on the 18th of December, when I was leaving 46 Matatu. I was heading to Yaya Center. And then something tells me to pass by Nairobi Hospital, which I passed by. I'd never known anything about mental health. By then, I just, I was a journalist. I was working for a leading radio station in this country. I'd never known anything about mental health. And that leads to a series of admission and a series of diagnosis and a series of examination that eventually gets me admitted in a psychiatric facility in this country. And eventually my life begins. Before that, I was a journalist and a political commentator. And then after December of the 2018, then I add a new title, and that is the mental health advocate. And after that, I think what I felt, I don't know, any of us who have a lived experience, you may have the same experience, that when I eventually sat with my doctor and I sat with my therapist for a while, I remember just really crying, and crying looking back at how this undiagnosed condition had really impaired my life, because I have a developmental disorder, and the possibilities that were lying ahead, because there are people who get diagnosed at 70, 80. And now, looking back at all the incomplete projects and all these things that they've gone through. So it was a mixed bag of emotions. And after that, then I left the hospital and I said, you know what, by the way, we've got to talk about this thing. And I came out with so much passion and energy that I joined, the Ministry of Health's Technical Working Group on Suicide Prevention as a person who was representing lived experience. The document is about to come out right now. It will be launched. And I recently joined Aga Khan University's Brain and Mind Institute. I'm also representing people with lived experience. So before my diagnosis and before this entire journey, if you'd have asked me what I wanted to become, I'd have told you perhaps a superstar, or perhaps a politician, or perhaps, just those big titles that we desire as human beings. But now looking back and looking at the frame and looking at the lens, the critical role that mental health plays in the well-being of a nation, I believe that it is such an honorable duty that we all have to undertake, and I'm proud of all of you for being here and for being partners, for being colleagues, for being supporters, and for being people who believe in this. Before I hand over the mic to the next speaker, I'm going to volunteer some people here to just ask them a few questions. I don't know if any of you would like to volunteer yourself first. So if you'd like to share your own experience or share your own passion. I'm going to start with Lynn Etemesi. Hi, Lynn. Pass the mic to Lynn. Lynn is a good friend of mine. We are members of the Mental Health Alliance of Kenya, which brings together people with lived experience, and she's actually an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So Lynn, encourage at Fatherlini by this. Standing in front of people is not easy. So Lynn, perhaps just introduce yourself, tell them your name and what you do.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Lynn Etemesi. First and foremost, I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I am a person of lived experience, anxiety and severe depression. And at the same time, I have worked in the mental health space for the longest time. I have worked with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights on a lot of things, decriminalization of suicide, issues around the Mental Health Amendment Bill, and at the same time also at the Mental Health Alliance of Kenya, and also just running an initiative called the Mental Wellness Project Africa, which more or less is all about policy and advocacy, and also just advocating for wellness in various institutions, especially at the work.
Okay. So I know you're very passionate about policy. So if today, President Uhuru Kenyatta appointed you into maybe a significant decision-making table, either within the ministry or any department that deals with mental health, what is that one policy or one passion project you'd undertake as Lynn?
Perhaps probably the first would be push for the implementation of the mental health policy, because ever since it's a very amazing policy, and it caters for, it has a very multi-sectoral approach. So if you actually end up pushing for it, then I believe there'll be so many other changes that will actually come out of, just implementation of that mental health policy. And I think I'd advise you all to read it. It's online, so just have a look at it and you'll just see how it's such a very good policy.
Okay, so when you close your laptop and you're not doing legal work and you're not pushing for mental health policy, what do you do for fun, Lynn?
That's a very interesting question. Many things, actually. I like cooking. For those who don't know, I actually play a couple of instruments. I play the guitar, the drums, and the bass guitar. That's the acoustic and the bass and the drums. Yeah. And I do a lot of translation work. So for those who don't know me, I've been speaking French since I was 7 years old. So I do.
Okay, makofi kwa. Lynn can be a band by herself, by the way. You can be a band by yourself. So the guitar, the bass guitar, and the drum. You can actually, just have a band called Band Lynn. Next, I'm going to volunteer another friend, also a member of the Mental Health Alliance of Kenya. Yeah. And she's doing amazing work, by the way, with young people under the city's rise, which she'll tell us briefly. So, yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Maureen Gikonyo. I have a lived experience in anxiety and depression. I am currently working as the youth coordinator in Cities Rise, Nairobi. Where do I start? So I have been working in the mental health space since 2019. Very passionate about young people and mental health. Since I went through depression, I was stigmatized so much when I was in campus, and I decided to take up the initiative and, start creating awareness in mental health. So we started with an initiative called Speak Mind Love Foundation. It's completely youth-led and youth-focused, and we have led so many projects here in Kenya, including the first ever mental health walk in 2019, and also done various initiatives in 2020 and 2021. I joined Cities Rise last year in August, and my main task is to lead the Youth Leaders Network that Cities Rise has initiated. Cities Rise builds the capacity of young people, and our main focus is to place young people at the forefront of system change. Our main pillars focuses on inner work, social work, environmental work, and all this we hope will lead to system change.
Thank you so much, Maureen. As you sit, and I'd like you, perhaps, if you have maybe just, one parting short reflection, just for this diverse audience, maybe an encouragement, maybe just your own personal experience, something you've learned that you want them to go home with.
Thank you so much. And since I focus on young people, I'm still going to focus on young people and say that we need to bring young people to the table. When it comes to problem solving, young people are the masterminds. So the more we include young, youthful voices, we will be very happy.
A round of applause to Art Fadhalini. In the civil society work I do in the governance area, we say that if you're not on the decision-making table, you are on the menu. If you're not on the decision-making table, you are on the menu. So we need to ensure that we have young voices that come. Now, put your hands together as we welcome our next speaker, Mr. Anthony Mukena, who is the Program Officer, Disability Rights Project at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Makofi as he comes to Fadhalini. I'd hope that you'd have a mic because I also have a question for you. Okay, all right. So today you're given a choice to be born in Jamaica or to be born in the US, or you're given a choice to have either the Black American accent to choose.
I would choose the Black American.
Why?
I just love it. Yeah.
You just love it?
Yeah.
So in another life, if you're not a program officer, what would you be doing as a creative?
I'm an avid writer. I'll be with a pen and a paper. That's how I express my thoughts. Yeah.
Apart from pen and paper, any other artistic expression that you would want to have, or maybe you secretly have and we don't know?
God, I would love to be a reggae artist.
He'd love to be a reggae artist, but he wants a black American accent.
Yeah.
How will that work?
Okay. To be interesting.
You'd be a reggae artist.
Yeah, sure.
So, of all the songs that have been done, which song do you wish you'd have written and produced?
Every single day when I wake up, I'm always listening to this song by Busy Signal. It's called Dreams of Brighter Days. It's always encouraging me. So I would really love to write that song again.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's encourage Anthony as he speaks and shares with us, and perhaps we have a reggae artist in the house.
So our chief guest, Commissioner Lawrence Mute, our keynote speakers, including Dr. Rida Mudachi, Mr. Mashari Njoroge, and Commissioner Washington Sati, and our very own Commissioner Professor Marion Mutugi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. My name is Anthony Muhena, as graciously mentioned by the MC. I'm the program officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, supporting this project to advance the rights of persons with psychosocial disabilities and albinism in Kenya. So my role today is to take you through the session titled Through the Eyes of the Judge, talking about the people that went through all the entries, word for word, to establish the best of the best. And I'm glad that they are here today with their families. So I would want to introduce the assessors. There were 3, but we have 2 in the room. One did not manage to join us due to unavoidable circumstances, and he passes his sincerest apologies. So if I could ask Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, I know you spoke earlier, but if you could just stand and wave to the audience. She was one of the assessors. Round of applause for her, please. Thank you. So Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, as mentioned, she's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She's an assistant director at the Commission's Research and Compliance Division, and also the engine of the Commission when it comes to disability matters. She holds a master's degree in international and comparative disability law and policy, and a PhD in law, human rights thesis on legal capacity from the University of Pretoria, South Africa. Round of applause for Dr. Kamundia. Our second assessor is Elizabeth Ombati. If you could stand and wave to the crowd, please. Let us appreciate her. Thank you. So Ms. Ombati is a member of the Users and Survivors of Psychiatry in Kenya. She holds a bachelor's degree in social communications from Tangaza University College, and she's also a trained journalist by profession from the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. She's an amazing lover of poetry, and as someone who has had a lived experience of mental health impairment, she knows that she has benefited immensely from peer support. She wishes that the poems, the 44 entries that we received, and the messages that are contained therein may help to create communities of care, communities that are safe, and safe spaces where we can all thrive and achieve all that we hope for. Let us appreciate Ms. Ombati again. And also the third, the panel was balanced when it comes to gender, but the third assessor did not join us, as I mentioned, and he's called Dr. Tom Odhiambo. He holds a PhD in African literature, African popular media, African popular culture, Kenyan fiction, gender, sexuality, and womanhood in Kenya from the University of the Rand. Here that's the name, Johannesburg in South Africa. So from 2009 to date, he's a senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Department of Literature, where he teaches various undergraduate and postgraduate courses in literature, and he's also a member of the editorial board of the Nairobi Journal of Literature. You may clap for him, I will email him the claps. Thanks. So from the profiles of the assessors, you can easily identify that it was multifaceted, it was multidimensional. We had three levels of expertise meeting to identify the best. We have a disability rights lead, we have someone with lived mental health experience, and we have someone who understands literature. So I think it gives us the best, knowing that each one of you, the winners who are here today, please know that either if you didn't perform well in literature, there's someone who saw your poem through a lived mental health experience, or someone saw it through a disability rights experience. So you should be proud of yourself. So Petronella, having introduced the genesis of this, our poetry competition, I think my role is very simple, and that is to take you through what the assessors had to find out through the poems and the entries that we received. And I will ask our team if you could play the clip. I think that will answer the questions maybe that the audience may have, and more especially the participants during the poetry competition. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, and I work here at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights as the focal point on issues of persons with disabilities. I was also one of the assessors for the 2021 poetry writing competition that we ran to commemorate the World Mental Health Day.
My name is Elizabeth Ombati from the Users and Survivors of Psychiatry in Kenya. I was one of the assessors in the mental health poetry competition by the Commission.
One of the things that's interesting to find out is what is the criteria that we used as judges to assess the poems that we received and to decide which were indeed. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, and I work here at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights as the focal point on issues of persons with disabilities. I was also one of the assessors for the 2021 poetry writing competition that we ran to commemorate the World Mental Health Day.
My name is Elizabeth Ombati from the Users and Survivors of Psychiatry in Kenya. I was one of the assessors in the mental health poetry competition by the Commission.
One of the things that's interesting to find out is what is the criteria that we used as judges to assess the poems that we received and to decide which were indeed the winning poems from the many that were submitted by young people. One of the things we were really keen on is how well the poet understood the topic, which was mental health in an unequal world. Together we can make a difference. We wanted to see, did the poet make a linkage between mental health and human rights? Are there any themes of human rights emerging in the poem?
So looking at how interesting the poem was. Of course, we're also looking at, in terms of language, communication, how clear was that? But also the originality of the poetry, that is also something that we took into consideration.
Finally, keen on stylistic and grammatical issues, although with a certain leeway and a certain allowance, because as we know, poetry has different rules than written prose. Some stylistic devices that may be used include writing in all small letters or using punctuation in unexpected places. So we were keen to, of course, check some of the more obvious errors, maintaining the integrity of the poem as the poet intended it.
Were there any positive things that stood out for me from the poetry? Obviously, the issues around communities of support. Also, there were a lot of issues around young people going through crisis. There were issues around suicide. So on the need, again, the discussions around the decriminalization of suicide is an important point that came through. But importantly, there were feelings of hope in the poetry, that there could be issues within community. Issues came through around financial difficulties, social determinants of mental health care, issues around work and employment. So there was a positive feel in the poetry about a future that is hopeful, a future that actually responds to these issues that are being raised by young people in these poems.
Human rights issues that emerged from the poems include issues of stigma and discrimination that are faced by people with mental health conditions. There were also issues of social exclusion, and this cut across so many areas of life: exclusion within families, exclusion in churches and religious spaces, exclusion in schools, in workplaces. Those were some of the issues. There was also the disturbing theme of sexual violence against both male and female young people. There were also just issues relating to loss of control, particularly within mental health facilities. There were dark themes and there were light themes. Some poets spoke of monsters and demons and darkness that is really great, while others used imagery such as rainbows and rivers and sort of young the flourishing that can emerge once someone has begun to make meaning of their life. It was very clear that some poets were describing a tranquil inner state of having overcome great difficulties to come to terms with what it's like to live with a condition and to continue to flourish in the world despite the stigma and the difficulties that may exist against people with these conditions.
Round of applause for our assessors. Thank you. Now I would like to take this chance to kindly ask our assessors who are in the room to join me at the podium for just one or two questions that may need clarity.
Okay, our assessors deserve a better round of applause for the fantastic work they are doing. PhD and an assessor, man.
Yes, our assessors, welcome. Welcome to this session. We want to have a question and answer, not really about asking questions, but just ventilating some of the issues that were captured in their pre-recorded interview. So let me start with you, Ms. Ombati. Is there one thing that you would really particularly want to emphasize that may not have been captured in the video clip when it comes to mental health and young people?
Thank you, Anthony. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see all of you this morning. So maybe one thing that I would emphasize, maybe not really emphasize, but just touch on, because I'm looking at the poetry and the whole process where young people are really expressing what is happening in their communities, what is happening within themselves, really as a way of awareness raising on these issues that we are talking about around mental health. And I think really it's very important that we have rights. You know, sometimes we don't know about them. So unless, and awareness raising about these rights, you know, that what is it that we can claim from duty bearers, you know? So for example, me knowing that even if I go through mental distress, be it short-term or long-term, that I can actually benefit from disability law, because this is something that many persons who go through these experiences don't know. So that if we, you know, are using this medium to be able to create this awareness, you know, that even identifying as disabled, as a person with disability, is not something that persons with mental health conditions or persons with mental impairments consider, you know. So for me, all that is coming through is really important. It can be at a very personal level of the experiences that we have gone through, that young people go through, but then broadly looking at how do these contexts then come into law. For example, when we talk about issues of bullying, that there were issues around bullying, you know, in education systems. Some of us have experienced bullying in schools. So when bullying has to come into law, that when there's bullying, then the community is not safe for me, then I may develop a mental health condition. You know, so what are we addressing? We are addressing issues around safety, and that is why I kept saying about communities that are safe, you know. Issues, I remember there were topics around gossip. That happens a lot. Sometimes we don't know what gossip can do. For young people, we were young. Some of us are past that bracket of young, but we were in high school. And something that could be as small as gossip, could be something that leads to trauma that leads to mental health conditions. So I think Anthony is really looking at these issues that we may think are small, but then issues that also should be reflected in policy, and issues then that help us know that if we have these conditions, that we also have laws that protect us. Yeah, I don't know if that answers, but sort of.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ombati. Dr. Kamundia, the same question applies to you. What do you want to particularly emphasize again when it comes to mental health and human rights that may not have been captured in the video clip?
Thank you, Anthony. I'll begin by saying that to answer your question, I must spoil our surprise because we have a surprise gift for our participants today. But to answer Anthony's question, I must touch on the surprise gift, which is an anthology that brings together all of the poems that were delivered by the different poets that we will give to each one of you. But so my reflection then is drawn from the process of moving from the assessment to the development of the anthology, the book compilation of poems. So we submitted the 44 poems in Word format to the graphic designer, and we said, come up with a design, wow us, right? And we received back very good designs, but one thing we noticed, all the words that were on the cover were drawn from different poems, but all of them were the negative words in each poem. So you will find on the cover, for example, on the first cover that we received, hula baloo, cry, demons, rage, monster, fragile, misery, insane, ghosts, bewitched, suicide. And we said, hey, whew, okay, if someone handed me a book and the cover said these things, I'm not sure I'd be very excited about reading that book. And so we began to reflect internally, what is this? If I said to you health, right? If I said to you health, do you immediately think sick, ill, dying, dead, or does it seem like a more neutral term if it's just health? If it's just health, I haven't said physical or mental, I've just said the word health. You probably, I think, will think of a mix of both, wellness, things you can do to improve your health. But if I say to you mental health, immediately the mind has leapt to the extreme situation of, the words that I've described below. And so what we did then was engage in a process of going back to the poems and picking out some of the more positive themes that were also in the poems, but that were overlooked because immediately you say mental health, we jump to the very worst of it all, right? And so we went back and we found words like peace, care, love, wellness, family, friendships, inclusion, diversity, rights, rainbows, rivers, understanding, voice, forgiveness, self-acceptance. And so we are looking at this and we said, look, let's again go to the World Health Organization. What's the definition of health? And it turns out that health is defined as a state of complete mental and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So it's both a state of complete mental and social well-being, as well as the other part of it of illness or absence of wellness. And so we needed the cover to reflect both of those things. And so for me, Anthony, my reflection is this a reflection of reality? Do we need to change our minds a little bit about mental health? Have we stigmatized the term mental so much that it's no longer a neutral term that defines a state of things? It's just immediately you hear it, you've leapt to the depths of the darkness. And so I think, that's something that came out that I'd like us to reflect on.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, Dr. Okay, Ms. Ombati, I'm a young person, but I understand that most Kenyans between the age between 15 to 29 are really struggling with depression. How will you, in your own experience, what message will you have for them this morning as they battle different issues in their lives? What message do you have for them?
Thank you, Anthony. What message do I have? Of course, I have to go back into history. And I know sometimes when you're going through an experience, you don't know that you will actually come off it. Sometimes you may not. So, like, I have coped, or I have experiences of anxiety. I'm 37 now. When I started having these experiences of anxiety at the age of 10, and until this point that I experienced these things, what has changed? And I think the most important thing is that we are talking about it. In the early years, it was really difficult to talk about these things. When I went to the national newspaper to talk about my experiences in the year 2009, I didn't know about support or peer support groups, which I was able to join after. So sometimes I may not, give the best answer to this, but that young people know that cultivating communities of support around yourselves, but also importantly, Anthony, if young people will be in school, high school, or colleges, then it's a responsibility of adults within these places or the school administration to know that how do we create communities where young people would actually feel safe to even talk about these experiences, to share about what they go through. You could be taking medication, I did at some point, and there could be sometimes some side effects. Maybe it's a bit difficult to even wake up in the morning, or just to have all this support, that we are not calling people lazy, we are not calling people attention seekers, but we are trying to find spaces where people can say that I go through this, and this is the sort of support that I require. Are we able as administrators, as school teachers? I know there are teachers who thought I was selfish because I couldn't actually talk in class, but I would really score highly in my written papers, but because I was extremely anxious to even answer. So we have teachers having this awareness of experiences that young people could go through, and trying to find ways, talking with them, that how do we together, have solutions and support you to achieve your goals, be it in high school, primary school, university, all that. And just a shout out to my peers in the room, Masharia, Maureen, Karen. These are people that have really walked the journey with me. And so having these communities of support is really important for young people.
Awesome. Okay, so in the spirit of public participation and nothing about us without us, I'll want to give a chance to the audience. If you have any question to our assessors, please, this is the chance. Probably they are the participants of the poetry competition or the rest of the audience. Any question, comment, or feedback? Anyone? Okay, it looks like everyone understood everything. That's great. So a round of applause for our sisters, guys. Thank you so much. Back to you, Danish.
Thank you so much. They deserve a better round of applause for their vulnerability and for their courage and for their expertise. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of a giant and a pioneer in this area, Dr. Frank Njenga, who is the presidential advisor on mental health. He's here with us, and he's the chairman of the Chiromo Hospital Group. Makofi kwake, he'll be speaking with us a few minutes later. Okay, that's Dr. Frank Njenga. Makofi kidogo tafadhalini. For some of us who are watching TV, a lot of times we used to love his commentary, and before we knew we needed to see him, So as we head off to take our breakfast, I'd like to give a brief testimony. Oftentimes when we talk about mental health, it looks like it is difficult, people in chains, darkness, they're stuck, a lot of stigma, a lot of shame, and a lot of madness. So many of us who struggle with it don't want to come out openly and say, I struggle with this. But I want to tell you a story that on 2018, after actually visiting Dr. Frank Njenga, who was my doctor, I could see there were patterns of dysfunction before. And after the management of the condition that I live with, whatever I've seen happening in my life since 2018 is actually incredible. And it's to say that there's actually recovery, that you can thrive despite the condition, you can thrive despite whatever diagnosis you have. And so don't let that label limit you, don't let that label take away from you your uniqueness. You can actually thrive and be all that God made for you to be. With those few remarks, I'd like us to take a short 15-minute break for tea. Our tea is served up inje too. You can go and serve snacks as tea, and then we come back so that we can continue, because we're running slightly short of time and we'd like to recover so that we maliza on time. Asanteni sana. Thank you. There's no order. I think we can all just, a table, you can just all go out and take tea, interact, exchange contacts, know somebody, talk to them, and let's interact.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kamundia, and I work here at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights as the focal point on issues of persons with disabilities. I was also one of the assessors for the 2021 poetry writing competition that we ran to commemorate the World Mental Health Day.
My name is Elizabeth Ombati from the Users and Survivors of Psychiatry in Kenya. I was one of the assessors in the mental health poetry competition by the Commission.
One of the things that's interesting to find out is what is the criteria that we used as judges to assess the poems that we received and to decide which were indeed the winning poems from the many that were submitted by young people. One of the things we were really keen on is how well the poet understood the topic, which was mental health in an unequal world. Together we can make a difference. We wanted to see, did the poet make a linkage between mental health and human rights? Are there any themes of human rights emerging in the poem?
So looking at how interesting the poem was. Of course, we're also looking at, in terms of language, communication, how clear was that? But also the originality of the poetry, that is also something that we took into consideration.
Finally, keen on stylistic and grammatical issues, although with a certain leeway and a certain allowance, because as we know, poetry has different rules than written prose. Some stylistic devices that may be used include writing in all small letters or using punctuation in unexpected places. So we were keen to, of course, check some of the more obvious errors, maintaining the integrity of the poem as the poet intended it.
Were there any positive things that stood out for me from the poetry? Obviously, the issues around communities of support. Also, there were a lot of issues around young people going through crisis. There were issues around suicide. So on the need, again, the discussions around the criminalization of suicide is an important point that came through. But importantly, there were feelings of hope in the poetry, that there could be issues within community. Issues came through around financial difficulties, social determinants of mental health care, issues around work and employment. So there was a positive feel in the poetry about a future that is hopeful, a future that actually responds to these issues that are being raised by young people in these poems.
Human rights issues that emerged from the poems include issues of stigma and discrimination that are faced by people with mental health conditions. There were also issues of social exclusion, and this cut across so many areas of life: exclusion within families, exclusion in churches and religious spaces, exclusion in schools, in workplaces. Those were some of the issues. There was also the disturbing theme of sexual violence against both male and female young people. There were also just issues relating to loss of control, particularly within mental health facilities. There were dark themes and there were light themes. Some poets spoke of monsters and demons and darkness that is really great, while others used imagery such as rainbows and rivers and sort of young the flourishing that can emerge once someone has begun to make meaning of their life. It was very clear that some poets were describing a tranquil inner state of having overcome great difficulties to come to terms with what it's like to live with a condition and to continue to flourish in the world despite the stigma and the difficulties that may exist against people with these conditions. The poem.
So looking at how interesting the poem was. Of course, we're also looking at, in terms of language, communication, how clear was that? But also, also the originality of the poetry, that is also something that we took into consideration.
Finally, keen on stylistic and grammatical issues, although with a certain leeway and a certain allowance, because as we know, poetry has different rules than written prose. Some stylistic devices that may be used include writing in all small letters or using punctuation in unexpected places. So we were keen to, of course, check some of the more obvious errors, maintaining the integrity of the poem as the poet intended it.
Were there any positive things that stood out for me from the poetry? Obviously, the issues around communities of support. Also, there were issues, a lot of issues around young people going through crisis. There were issues around suicide. So on the need, again, the discussions around the criminalization of suicide is an important point that came through. But importantly, there were feelings of hope in the poetry, that there could be issues within community. Issues came through around financial difficulties, social determinants of mental health care, issues around work, work and employment. So there was a positive feel in the poetry about a future that is hopeful, a future that actually responds to these issues that are being raised by young people in these poems.
Human rights issues that emerged from the poems include issues of stigma and discrimination that are faced by people with mental health conditions. There were also issues of social exclusion, and this cut across so many areas of life: exclusion within families, exclusion in churches and religious spaces, exclusion in schools, in workplaces. Those were some of the issues. There was also the disturbing theme of sexual violence against both male and female young people. There were also just issues relating to loss of control, particularly within mental health facilities. There were dark themes and there were light themes. Some poets spoke of monsters and demons and darkness that is really great, while others used imagery such as rainbows and rivers and sort of young, the flourishing that can emerge once someone has begun to make meaning of their life. It was very clear that some poets were describing a tranquil inner state of having overcome great difficulties to come to terms with what it's like to live with a condition and to continue to flourish in the world despite the stigma and the difficulties that may exist against people with these conditions. Kamundia, and I work as the Disability Rights Focal Person at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 2021 World Mental Health Day Poetry Writing Competition, which is a competition that we ran as a commission to bring young people into discussions about mental health as a human rights issue. The World Mental Health Day is marked on 10th of October every year with the aim of raising awareness on mental health, which is important because mental health issues are often shrouded in secrecy and silence and stigma, and so it's important to raise awareness and to make this a discussion that is held, including with the participation of young people.
My name is Anthony Wangila Muhena. I want to appreciate the Commission's step to hold the poetry competition on mental health in 2021, which targeted young learners aged between 12 to 25 in Kenya. This exposes young people to mental health at a very early stage, making them appreciate what mental health is and the rights of persons with psychosocial disabilities.
People wonder, who are these people? Many terms are used. People with mental health conditions, people with intellectual disabilities, people with mental disabilities, people with psychosocial disabilities, and sometimes the terms can be quite confusing for many. So I wanted to start by just getting into those definitions. People with intellectual disabilities are people who have conditions that are usually acquired as from birth or during childhood. These will be conditions such as Down syndrome. They are conditions that tend to affect learning, memory, sequencing of events. But people with these conditions can have full lives in the community on an equal basis with others, as long as they are adequately supported and as long as laws, policies, and structures within society accommodate them and do not, discriminate against them. Now, people with psychosocial disabilities, on the other hand, are people who have conditions that tend to be episodic. Medical terms for some of these conditions include bipolar, schizophrenia. These are some of the terms, but really so these will be conditions that affect, for example, mood. There will be conditions that have people hearing voices or seeing things that are not perceived by other people. But the thing is that the barrier really is in the discrimination and the negative attitudes. So if you imagine if someone with bipolar applied for a position at, for employment and disclosed that they have bipolar beforehand, what are the chances in our society today that they would be hired for that position? And the barrier there is the negative attitudes, the attributing inability, attributing dangerousness, or attributing other things that have no basis in reality in terms of the actual performance of the person on the job. I think it's important to note, however, that from a human rights-based perspective, we are more interested in the barriers that hinder the full and equal participation of people with disabilities, mental health or otherwise, from full participation in society on an equal basis with others. Usually these barriers are attitudinal, so stigma, presumptions that they cannot achieve or contribute as much as other members of society.
My name is Clement Kemboi, Research and Compliance Officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Some of the challenges that face people with mental health conditions include: 1, social stigma and discrimination, which prevent them from seeking and getting the help and support that they need. The second challenge is that there are laws that violate the rights of persons with mental health conditions, in that these laws permit the use of practices such as seclusion, involuntary admission and treatment, and use of forceful and physical restraints. The other challenge is that we lack as a country the community-based mental health services, which in turn leads to institutionalization of people with mental health conditions.
I'm Edward Sekisa, an attorney at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. These challenges can affect the mental health and well-being of higher education students. The entrance to the learning institutions marks a period of transition for young people. Through these transitions, students face new challenges such as, making independent decisions about their lives and studies, and at the same time adjusting to academic demands of ill-structured learning institutions.
So lost productivity due to mental illnesses cost the global economy as much as $1 trillion each year. Here in Kenya, treating mental illnesses comes at a high economic cost for families, something which traps them in endless cycles of poverty. And this is largely attributed to the very low mental health financing in the country. Kenya does not have a separate budget for mental health care, and the total government expenditure on mental health has consistently been less than 1% of its total expenditure on health generally. And add this to the fact that most insurance companies do not offer cover for mental health care, means that individuals suffering from mental illnesses have to pay out of pocket. Now, if we do invest in the prevention and treatment of mental illnesses, we'll realize so many gains for the health and for the economy at the individual, at the national, and also at the global level. And this will mainly be seen through improved performance and also productivity at the workplace. And the spending that was made for treating mental illnesses will be directed towards other crucial sectors of the economy.
My name is Petronila Mukaindo. I am the Deputy Director at the head of the Research and Compliance Division at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. You are aware that Kenya ratified or is a state party to the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which as a country we ratified in May of 2008. So under this convention, state parties bind themselves to be able to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities, and that includes persons with mental illness. At Article 33(2), more specifically, the convention requires state parties to be able to designate an independent monitoring mechanism to protect, promote, and also monitor the implementation of the provisions that are provided under the convention. So as a commission, we have been designated by the states as the independent monitoring agency, and given our A status that is in compliance with the Paris principles.
The Commission is the monitoring agency on issues of persons with disabilities, and we are really pleased at the opportunity to have this poetry award ceremony.
I would want to highlight the protective laws that are in Kenya, especially the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43, which guarantees the right of every Kenyan to the highest attainable standard of health, including mental health.
We have the Supreme Law of the Land, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which is very progressive in terms of the Bill of Rights. And at its Article 54, it provides for the rights of persons with disabilities. For the first time, we have this recognized in our Supreme Law. Very specifically, it emphasizes the need for the persons with disabilities to be treated with respect and dignity. The right to be, to access materials, public places, and also the right to access institutions of learning that are integrated in the society, amongst other rights. Now, when it comes to legislative framework, we have 2 laws, but just to note that also persons with mental illness are entitled to all rights that as human beings we are entitled to. But more specific legislation that pertains to persons with disabilities, that includes the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2003, as well as the Mental Health Act of 1989. As you realize, these laws were way before we enacted the Constitution of Kenya 2010, or promulgated it, as well as before we ratified the CRPD. But as a commission, we are glad to note that efforts to amend these laws is actually in the advanced stages in the National Assembly. Besides the legislative framework, we have the mental health policy, which is 2015 to 2030.
My name is Dr. Bernard Mogesa. I am the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Take this opportunity to highlight the measures or steps that the Commission has taken towards the protection of persons with mental health. I recall the Mental Health Act of 1989 has gone various reviews, and most significantly the review that was done in 2020 through a bill that was passed in the Senate, and now the same is at the 3rd reading in the National Assembly. This bill is very, very significant because it is going to tackle, among other things, guaranteeing the rights of persons with mental capacities, where they can exercise their legal capacity mandate, and also recognizing the fact that they can be involved in decision making. It will also ensure that the involuntary and of course the emergency admission and treatment of persons with mental capacities is taken care of. And the Commission also calls upon, even in this particular bill, the removal of the seclusion and restraint measures that are applied by our various mental health hospitals. The other point that the Commission has highlighted in its advisory in this particular bill is to ensure that persons with psychosocial disabilities are involved in the decision-making processes. And all this is guaranteed actually in our Constitution, that there must be public participation, and the participation of individuals is also guaranteed in this.
My name is Janet Kabaya, a Senior Human Rights Officer at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I believe partnerships are important to ensure there is creation of awareness of mental health in the country. An example is the partnership that the Commission has with the Judiciary Training Institute, where members of the bench have been trained on the needs of persons with psychosocial or intellectual disability while they face the criminal justice system in the country. The Commission is a convening body of civil society organizations that work in the mental health sector. In addition to this, the Commission has also hosted a conference with Kabarak University, an institution of higher learning.
Secondly, we have World Health Organization Quality Rights Initiative, and this initiative is important in the following ways. It exposes both medical and non-medical personnel to a human rights-based approach to provision of mental health services in the country. And I'm glad that this initiative can be, anyone can train, because it's easily accessible online.
Now, tackling mental health, which has become a serious problem in the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta set up a mental health task force to help bring out the legal issues, the policy issues, the administrative issues, the structural issues to address the mental health challenges in the Republic. And of course, the Commission, in one of its advisories, recommended the repeal and decriminalization, of attempted suicide. And of course, this will be on the basis of the recommendations, for example, of the mental health experts from the Ministry of Health. So in a nutshell, the Penal Code section 226 of our laws needs to be repealed to ensure that we guarantee the right to mental health of all the Kenyans. The Commission will continuously engage the Ministry of Health. It will engage at the international level as well, so that the country gets the best law that is based on international human rights standards and principles as well.
Kamundia, and I work as the Disability Rights Focal Person at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 2021 World Mental Health Day Poetry Writing Competition, which is a competition that we ran as a commission to bring young people into discussions about mental health as a human rights issue. The World Mental Health Day is marked on 10th of October every year with the aim of raising awareness on mental health, which is important because mental health issues are often shrouded in secrecy and silence and stigma, and so it's important to raise awareness and to make this a discussion that is held, including with the participation of young people.
My name is Anthony Wangila Muhena. I want to appreciate the Commission's step to hold the poetry competition on mental health in 2021, which targeted young learners aged between 12 to 25 in Kenya. This exposes young people to mental health at a very early stage, making them appreciate what mental health is and the rights of persons with psychosocial disabilities.
People wonder, who are these people? Many terms are used. People with mental health conditions, people with intellectual disabilities, people with mental disabilities, people with psychosocial disabilities, and sometimes the terms can be quite confusing for many. So I wanted to start by just getting into those definitions. People will be acquired as from birth or during childhood. This will be conditions such as Down syndrome. They are conditions that tend to affect learning, memory, sequencing of events. But people with these conditions can have full lives in the community on an equal basis with others, as long as they are adequately supported.
no, it's fine. Okay. Thank you. All right. That was Anthony's favorite tune. We put for him, Dreams of Better Days Are Yet to Come. And so, yes, I hope you enjoyed your tea, you enjoyed your snack. I have a couple of gifts I want to give out, but I'm going to give them out to anyone who will perhaps respond with a bit of a creative slogan. Now, by a show of hands here, who'd like to tell us the slogan that leads the KNCHR, the slogan that we've been saying here over time, except the staff only. Tumekuwa tukisema slogan fulani hapa. All right, I can already see a hand there. All right. Can somebody pass the mic kindly? I need you to cheer up the team as they say that slogan. All right, so tell us your name, which organization you represent, and then tell us the slogan.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I am Karen. I represent a Differently Talented Society of Kenya, which is an organization for parents of autistic individuals, and I'm also autistic myself. The slogan is haki kwa wote kila wakati. Haki kwa wote kila wakati.
We support her. Haki kwa wote. Haki kwa wote. If we're to have a political party, that right there is our slogan. And because of that, now the rainy season is coming. Courtesy of the KNCHR, we're giving a beautiful umbrella that's branded. Thank you so much. Here you go. Asante sana. All right, the second question goes to a bit more technical. There's a word that we've had here a couple of times, CRPD. I'd like somebody to tell me in full, except the lawyers, Lynn and the rest of the advocates. CRPD in full, what does it mean? Okay, I can already see hands up. Maureen, you know now when you veteran kwa hii sector, jameni. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to request for more gifts and see whether we can ask a couple more questions. So now what do I do now, jameni? Oh my goodness. Okay. So we gave the first gift to a lady. It's only fair if we give it to a gentleman. All right. Then I think the gentleman here will answer the question. Somebody pass the mic.
Hi, everyone. I am Robert. I'm a participant in the poetry competition. CRPD, the Conventions of Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
In a layman's language, inamaanisha nini? Mtu wa mtaa.
Yes. So, in a layman's language, as I load, kwa mtu wa mtaa, I think vile naizisema kimimi, because I know they are professionals here. So, these are articles that were agreed upon that reflect on the rights of persons with disabilities that different countries all over the world are supposed to. It's like a guide to different countries all over the world on the different rights of persons with disabilities and how they can be observed and implemented.
Makofi kwake for his bravery. He also gets an umbrella, but I know men lose many umbrellas. I hope you keep this safe though. Yeah, we lose. Tunayachanga unaenda kwa hoteli umeacha hapo chini. At least me, I lose them. All right, so we're going to go to the next segment where it's just about conversations and keynote addresses. But before that, there's a gentleman here who has an interesting story. Quite young, he's a millennial, he does amazing stuff. Give it up for Calvin as he comes to join me on the stage briefly. Mr. Calvin, put your hands together for Mr. Calvin Tafadhalini. You can grab that mic and come with it. Microphone, all right. So yeah, just a quick one. Perhaps tell the audience who you are, and if you're comfortable telling them how old you are, you can tell them. Kuja hii side huku. Kuna huku mbele kidogo. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Frank Waditoni. I am 21 years old, and I brought my little sister who was a participant in the poetry competition. Yes, that's.
You tell me something interesting about basketball. So perhaps maybe the audience, you could explain to them what you do. Are you like basketball player, or what do you do? And then what is that unique thing about that game?
Okay, I'm an interior designer. Well, I'm studying interior design, and I also do part-time basketball as a hobby to keep fit. I think basketball for me is one of the main games that help individuals cultivate courage. You know, when you take that step of taking that shot, that's how your courage develops. And for me, that's why I chose basketball, because I used to be stressed most of the times because of challenges of a young man, and the only way I knew how to channel my stress, or like an outlet for my stress, was through basketball. And I decided to play basketball to stay fit and also to be confident as I was growing up.
Makofi kwake tafadhalini. And you're telling me a very interesting intersection between interior design and mental health. Are those two ever related in any way?
Yes, interior design and mental health is well related, because we deal with color psychology, textures, whether rough or smooth, and incorporated in a space, they like induce, what do I say? They help your mental health in that you become calm. For instance, there's moods of love that are created. For instance, color red, and yes. So I can say that interior design and mental health are very well connected.
All right, makofi kwake. Can give him a round of applause as he goes to sit down, and for your courage to come and stand and share with us. Now, in case you need any sort of partnership on that very unique angle, you have a person there. And now, as we go on to the next one, allow me to just briefly read the bio of our next speaker, who I respect and quite a giant in this sector. You know, USP is one of the organizations that are pioneers in this mental health sector. So I'm just going to read the bio. So Mr. Macharia Njoroge is a member of users and survivors of psychiatry in Kenya, and a fellow with Transforming Communities for Inclusion Global and Access to Opportunities on an Equal Basis with Others, as stated in Article 19 of the CRPD. His experience as a disability rights advocate for persons with psychosocial disability has shaped his passion in ensuring that just as his voice has been strengthened by being a self-advocate, he is able to support other persons with psychosocial disability in amplifying their voices and ensuring that they're included in the society on an equal basis with others to claim their rightful space in their society. For a giant like Macharia, I need you guys to put your hands together and welcome him as he comes to the podium and to the stage. A bit of round of applause for Mr. Macharia as he comes to Fadhalini.
Thank you very much, and all the protocols observed. I don't know exactly which order you're going to follow. So what I'm going just to give is a summary because of time limitations. I can't speak a lot, and it's my story. And I was diagnosed with a substance-induced disorder. Allow me for the language because of the background, of course. In the year 1999, around the month of August, barely 1 year after completing my college education. I was put on line medication by a psychiatrist nurse in a Nyandarua County level hospital, also suggested on a reduced intake work plan, and I was to be confined in the home compound my parents. It caused a lot of interpersonal conflicts, especially on privacy, as well as culture shock that no one anticipated due to the sudden change of my environment. I've been used to live alone. After a few months, I came back to Nairobi. The rural environment, due to parental patronage, was not working for me. Again, one week back in Nairobi, I found my way into one of the renowned psychiatrists come psychologists, who was in the same league with Dr. Jenga by then. He did an EEG procedure that was quickly followed by an admission at Avenue Hospital, where again an ECT procedure was operated on me. My brother was asked to sign for the ECT procedure and he did that, but he never got explanation about it. I was discharged after a week on recommendation that I be admitted in a rehab for 90 days and continue with the medication. After the 90 days, the rehab director, also a psychiatrist, recommended that I move to rural areas and live again under my parents' supervision so that I could adhere to the medication. Around this time, rehab services were being introduced in the country, and it was such a foreign concept. There was a lot of stigma surrounding the entire process. I had doubled my weight in the 90 days stay at the facility. I also lost interest in the things that I used to like and started having issues again with my parents on non-performance of duties. I had issues with waking up, doing some manual job and things like that. The complaint that I was made, every complaint that I made was addressed by either replacement or addition medication, hence complicating my situation even more. For about 6 months, I stopped the medication involuntarily, felt more comfort in substance use instead of imbalancing in my nervous system. However, it became a revolving door policy between institutions, police cells, prisons, and finally was enrolled with a newly found Christian Rehabilitation Center in Gong in the beginning of year 2008 that gave me a 10-month-long lifeline. But something was not working still. So I had another relapse. I was still pushed to another one in 2009 after 2 weeks of detox at Madari Teaching and Referral Hospital that lasted for about 12 months. This time I had made a resolve to move on. Somehow, the journey of self-rediscovery had begun. I made a proposal to marry a girl that I had met while in rehab, who could not resist my proposals, however imaginary. A decision that did not go well in some quarters, citing trust issues. But with the emotional earthquake, and I had not experienced for over a decade, I remained undeterred, and my wedding plans took off with support from my close family members and friends who also thought it was progressive. The institution has remained intact. 12 years down the road, and it remains my center of support and personal development. Today, I'm not ashamed to take part with the CBC activities associated with mental illnesses, like collecting bottle tops, layering chicken for manure in the estates, and collecting mud in polythene bags, and carrying the scarecrow to the school van. In 2010, I replaced my national ID and also participated in the referendum for the new constitution, the second time I voted since the last one being 1992 during the first multi-party elections. This is another period I did not have documents, neither were they a priorities to me. I joined Users and Survivors of Psychiatry in Kenya in 2011 because I really needed an organization that would support my recovery options, pragmatically by going beyond the medical and religious inclinations, but also address the various forms of intersectionalities based on cultural and social factors. Just around the same time, the organization was going through a paradigm shift from the psychosocial model into a social and human rights model. I met Akina Elizabeth Ombati, been a colleague since then. Peer support group was one of the pillars that turned out to be very useful. It offered a safe space for all to speak candidly about their lives, successes, and challenges. Interpersonal and intrapersonal relationships elements will be debated, about the caregivers, about the institutions of learning, and also about the various treatment procedures in town to be discussed. the Kenya National Human Rights Commission was offering capacity building workshops on the CRPD and other advocacy-based mechanisms to support our work. Dr. Kamudia, by then, a consultant with the USP Kenya, undertook a research on the role of peer support in exercising legal capacity. I think it's in the website. Sometimes, members' decisions were directly influenced by the peer support group proceedings, where at times, members would instead prefer to stick to the ones they had already made without being influenced. There were open meetings, creating a safe space for individuals to express themselves and also learn from one another. I personally made a decision to enroll with the University of Nairobi for a degree course in psychology, a resolution that was influenced by the peer support group experiences. I graduated in 2018. I also decided to take an unjudgmental position proposed by the research approach that formed part of the follow-up programs, and instead respecting how people would like to navigate their own recovery paths. I'm currently still pursuing my master's degree in the same institution. There are remarkable gains that have been achieved through the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, like jointly conducting facility assessments in the WHO Recovery-Oriented Quality Rights Initiative, along capacity building workshops with the Ministry of Health and the user movements. Kenya is way ahead of other countries in the implementation of the Quality Rights Initiative, not only in Africa, but as well as at the global level. The Kenya National Human Rights Commission is the umbrella body that leads a consortium of organizations in the law and policy reform, in the mental health sector, and other related areas like in the criminal justice system, whereby issues of persons with psychosocial disabilities are handled. Just to highlight on the peer support group outcomes, it is important to notice that a psychiatric diagnosis leads to the loss of individual autonomy, choices, and preference, also known as the legal capacity. The situation extends to the entire field, even among the practitioners, the doctors themselves, in respect with their peers. They are also somehow branded by their peers. Therefore, advocacy for reasonable accommodation in all areas is a vital attribute in recovery, dependent on the individuals making the decision-making processes that is based on choices and preferences. In some of the outcomes, members have completed their degree programs. Some of them have taken as much as 15 years to complete a degree program. Others enrolled in various fields of study. Members found their own families, including Liz Ombati. Spouses would be introduced to support group, so members would come with their spouses to center proceedings. Other members ventured into entrepreneurial programs. Members started independent lives from parents and guardians. They started living independently. Members became more aware about how various medications interact and were empowered to make their recovery plans, as well as treatment plans to their doctors. However, some members have demonstrated little progress or no changes at all from the peer support group, opting for the status quo to dependent on various circumstances surrounding the individuals. Today, I can say that KNCHR has placed user organizations and individuals at an amazing level globally. The gains are quite evident with the presence of Dr. Frank Jenga, a key figure in the field of mental health, as well as a representative from the Director of Mental Health in this forum. We also have key figures from the Commission, and these are the commissioners from the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. The sky becomes the limit for comprehensive rights-based integrated mental health approach programs in Kenya. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to him again. One more time to Mr. Macharia and Njoroge for the vulnerability. Coming closely, we're supposed to have Dr. Simon Njuguna Kahonge, who's the Director of Mental Health at the Ministry of Health, but he wasn't able to make it. But he sent an able representative. Put your hands together for Dr. Faith Mudachi as she comes to make the remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Health. Ndo makofi mnapigia Dr. Faith jameni. Haki jameni. My goodness. All right.
Keynote speaker, Commissioner Laurent Commissioner Professor Marian Mutugi, Commissioner Washington Sati, and Dr. Frank Chenga, representatives from the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Dr. Faith Mudachi. I work at the Division of Mental Health under the Ministry of Health. I'm here representing Dr. Simon Juguna, who's the head of the Division of Mental Health. Unfortunately, he had a prior engagement and so was unable to make it for today's event. I work at the Division of Mental Health. I am currently the coordinator for quality rights in Kenya. And quality rights, just to give us a brief overview, quality rights is a WHO initiative, and it aims to transform mental health services, as well as to promote the human rights of persons with psychosocial, intellectual, and cognitive disabilities. The main objectives are to improve the quality of care that is offered in both inpatient and outpatient mental health services. We also aim to have patient-centered and recovery-oriented mental health services. And by this, we mean that we hope that our service users would be the one to direct how they would want their treatment to go. And we also hope that our service users would be able to be integrated into our communities and be able to contribute. One of our other objectives is to also have a movement of persons with psychosocial, intellectual, and cognitive disabilities. And this movement is meant to be able to advocate for their own rights. We commonly say, nothing for us without us. And lastly, we want to ensure that all our legislative processes and our policy-making processes are in line with the Convention of Rights for Persons with Disabilities. And so our core principles are fairness to all people, respect for all persons, equality amongst all persons, and dignity for all persons should be preserved and at all times. So we have the Quality Rights Initiative. That's what we're doing at the Ministry of Health. Just to touch a bit on what was mentioned earlier, we also have the Kenya Mental Health Policy of 2015 to 2030. And as Lynn had also talked about, we have the Kenya Mental Health Action Plan. That's from 2021 to 2025. And this helps us. It provides a framework and a work plan for how we're able to implement the Kenya Mental Health Policy. So with that, mine would be to congratulate our winners for today and also congratulate all our participants for the competition. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. Thank you for even playing your part in increasing the awareness for mental health services in the country. And I would keep on urging you to use your skills and your talents to continue advocating for mental health services. And so with those few remarks, asanteni and congratulations.
Okay, I'd just like to find out from us here, by a show of hands, how many of us have done the quality rights training? Okay, so perhaps, Dr. Mudachi, how can we access this quality rights training? Where is it found? And is it charged? And do we get a certificate when we're done?
No. So the quality rights training, it's offered online. It has 5 modules. It takes about 14 hours. So if you were to do 1 hour per day, it would take you about 2 weeks. If you were to Google, okay, I'll write the link that you're able to use so that you're able to access the website. And then also if you were to just Google e-training module on quality rights by WHO, then you'd be able to get the module. And once you complete the module, then you have a certificate. And you're able to use this certificate. And the module would educate you on what role can we play, because every person has a role to play in advocating for the human rights of persons with psychosocial, intellectual, and cognitive disabilities. So what role can each of us play? And then it also highlights each of the human rights for persons with psychosocial, intellectual, and cognitive disabilities that are often violated in our mental health space. So it's a very good module. I'll share the link with the media team, and you'll be able to follow it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. I'd like to encourage you guys to do that quality rights training. It's fantastic. And just to Dr. Faith Mudachi, who's just speaking, is quite passionate about justice, equity, and giving a voice to the unheard. And she's actually a medical doctor. So a round of applause as she sits down. There is the link to the e-training, so that then you can click on the e-training, you can register. It's very playful, form of videos and cartoons, brilliant piece of work that they developed here. I loved it, and it changed my perspective on mental health. And now next, it's my pleasure to invite somebody I respect and somebody I think God used to change my life greatly. Put your hands together for Dr. Frank Njenga, who's the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health and is the Chiromo Hospital Group Chairperson. Big round of applause to him as he comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will be happy to hear that I have only two things that I must say this morning. And I will say them quickly so that we can move on to more important things. Now, the first thing that I would like to say is that contrary to what the rumors have, you believe, Kenya stands alone on this continent in terms of the progress that we have made in the field of mental health. So I can see some of you are scientists and asking yourselves, so what is the evidence for this seemingly scandalous statement that you have just made? Well, if one goes back only to 2019, the efforts of all the men and women present here and others not in this room had reached a point that one might call a crescendo, where the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, in Narok made the declaration effectively that enough is enough. For those of you who did not listen to that speech, what the president did on the 1st of June 2019 was effectively to draw a red line. And he said, enough is enough. We have done enough of burying our heads in the sand, and we must now do something about it. And what he said specifically was that enough people had suffered in the sense of problems at home. Women and girls were suffering, and some of them dying. And what happened from that moment fascinated me. It fascinated me because soon after that, a cabinet was called. The speech was in June. In November, the cabinet was called and told, you thought I'd forgotten what I said in Narok. No, I didn't forget. You must now put together a multi-sectoral approach to this whole thing. And of those of you who have any recollection will remember that a mental health task force was put in place that very December 2019. For whatever reasons, I was asked to chair that task force. One of the greatest in this my life. And again, for those of you who followed the event, you will recall that we traversed the country from Mombasa to Kakamega, all the way to Garissa and Meru and other places. And essentially, the people of Kenya spoke to us clearly and very loudly and said just three things. The first thing the people of Kenya told the task force was, first of all, don't go looking elsewhere. We all know that we have a heavy burden that arises from mental health issues. So we have a disproportionate burden, and we know that. You should know that. Said, yes, we do know that. The second thing that Kenyans told us, unequivocally, was that our investment in mental health as a country is deplorable. What the Kenyans said to us was that you as people, you as leaders, you as government, have not understood in your heads that this is an important problem that has human, economic, social consequences. And yet, what you as Kenya government are investing in this challenge that we have told you about, you are investing the equivalent of 15 cents, ndururu tatu. I doubt any of you know what ndururu is. But ndururu is a very small amount of money that used to exist that today cannot even buy peremende, which is what you used to buy it. So, per capita, Kenya invests 15 cents on mental health, and that is shameful. The third thing that Kenyans told the task force is that there is a problem around it. And a part of the problem is a stigma around mental health issues. If you can deal with those three issues they told us, then perhaps we'll get somewhere. I was surprised when we presented the findings to government at the height of Corona, actually, on the 7th of July, 2020, because the then relatively new minister, Mutahi Kagwe, surprised us because I've been around for a bit. I hadn't been around a minister who had read, well, I was going to say who had read anything, but who might also be true. But this man had actually read the report and understood completely the issues around it. So the report was taken, it was internalized, and a number of things Dr. Mudachi has pointed out to you, what the Ministry of Health is doing about mental health. A very active division. One of the things that is going on, and I think will be launched shortly, is something called an investment case. We have worked very closely with WHO, UNDP, and other multilateral donors to actually make a case for investing in mental health as a country. The evidence that it is worth investing in mental health is now well made, in particular investing in the mental health of young people. So that investing, say, 1 shilling in a boy or girl in high school in 10 years has 7 to 10 times the return on that investment, just by making sure that that boy or girl understands better what the teacher is saying, reducing the number of times this poor boy has to go to prison and so on. The benefit of investing in young people has been made, not a problem. Sorry, I nearly forgot what I was saying. I was making my first point. And my first point is that we as a country have done reasonably well. I was introduced by whoever introduced me, Dani Shudongo, now my friend, as the presidential advisor on mental health. So you're wondering, what job is this? How long is this job going to last? And so on. When I was invited to come here, I actually accepted quickly the invitation because this is squarely my job. My job as presidential advisor on mental health is to be with everybody, everywhere, all the time, who is advocating for mental health at any level. So thank you for inviting me. This is 100% selfish on my part coming. I have earned my daily keep for today, and I thank you for that. So I could go on giving you more and more evidence regarding the fact that we as a country have done interesting things like recognizing the importance of mental health in our society, but we'll not do that because of the time Petronella gave me to speak today. So I will rush and make my second point. And my second short point, you'll be happy to hear, will be made more quickly than the first, and then I will sit down because it will be time for me to do that. So what is my second point? My second point is made by me in my capacity as a psychiatrist. And as a psychiatrist, I am imprisoned by the requirement that anything and everything I say in a forum such as this one be supported by science. So what I'm about to tell you now has scientific basis, and anybody who would like to check whether this is true or not is welcome to do so, because these are publicly available facts about poetry. Before I tell you about poetry, let me congratulate those who have won, because if I don't congratulate you now, I will forget, a prerogative that is allowed old people. So I have congratulated you. If you forget that I congratulated you, shauri yenu. So I also congratulate the organizers because this is an incredible effort that is bringing mental health and mental health issues to where it belongs, which is with young people. So what is the relationship between mental health and poetry? Indeed, is there a relationship between poetry and mental health well-being? You'll be surprised, actually, there is so much published material in this regard that it's almost shocking. Actually, and this is very interesting and almost selfish, not only has poetry been shown to be helpful to those who write and read it, but it's also helpful to us as mental health specialists. And most of the studies that are available, which I will not go into details about, have been done amongst nurses who work in mental health. So poetry is good for clients and also for mental health workers. People have tried to understand why this might be, and the evidence is actually quite strong that the process of reading, writing, and understanding poetry enables one to be introspective and reflective. And this capacity of introspection can only be a good thing because it helps one to understand themselves better. Just in case you think that poetry is only good for young people, not true. There is substantial evidence that even people of my age, the elderly, poetry can actually be a good thing. So poetry is good right across the age span. One of the things that is killing more and more elderly people is loneliness. And if you want to kill your grandparents, don't visit them. They will die. All right? If you love them, visit them. Poetry, it has been demonstrated, actually helps anybody who is lonely. So one of the treatments recommended for loneliness actually is poetry. And therefore, what point I'm making is that what we are doing here today, perhaps unknown to one or two of you, has scientific backing as a good thing to involve with in the whole process of managing and maintaining good mental health. To your surprise, perhaps, poetry has been demonstrated in published literature as a means of dealing with stress, of coping with post-surgical pain, and very interestingly and very importantly, has been demonstrated to improve your memory. So if you are likely to forget what I'm saying today, engage yourself in poetry and your memory is likely to improve. So what am I saying? I have said two things. I have said that yes, by the grace of God, We as a country are doing well, but must do even more. And I thank the Commission for all that it's doing. I'm very proud of the work that the Commission is doing on the area of suicide decriminalization and other areas. So the fact that we are doing well is the reason for doing even more, because it shows that God has gifted us with the skills requisite for dealing with this issue. The last thing I want to say does not need saying. One of the things that has served us as a team best are two things. The first is that we have been patient with ourselves. This is not something that will go away. This stigma will not go away by next week. And the gift of success will not come to me, or perhaps even to you, young as you are. The gift of success will come to those who are patient and continue to work in the long term. The second thing that I have learned is that, experienced as some of us are said to be, none of us can do this thing alone. So when I see you, all of you here, taking your time this morning, thinking about it, creating new strategies, including coming together with poetry, I know we have a winning team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Frank Njenga, for all you've done and for the work that you continue to do in this very important sector. A better round of applause. They say it's down. And since I read almost everyone's bio, allow me to introduce the speaker who will actually invite the next set of speakers. And I just want to read her bio. It feels nice. It really feels nice. So Petronella Mukaindo is the Deputy Director, Research and Compliance Division, Directorate of Research, Advocacy and Outreach, under whose portfolio the entire work of the Commission on Disability, including mental health, is anchored. The portfolio includes review of bills and policies, international compliance, and work on sustainable development goals, among others. The OCA-funded grant under which this poetry writing competition is anchored is under her excellent leadership of Madam Petronella. Karibu sana and welcome as you take us to the next set of action.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to the previous speaker, Dr. Njenga. You know, the way you just have connected us to, you know, the poetry and how it does with the mental health. Really helpful and insightful. Thank you. Meskia. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Give me a second, sorry. So our next speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a gender disability inclusion, governance and human rights expert. He has extensive experience on human rights issues, research and advocacy, with specialists in social, political and economic rights, whose work has been published in public health journals and presented across global conferences. Our next speaker is a commissioner and the vice chairperson of the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Office of the Ombudsman. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, before his appointment as a commissioner and vice chair of the Commission on Administrative Justice, he was the deputy director in charge of research and compliance at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And here I must pause to, I've never gotten a chance to actually thank him because his exit and promotion actually accelerated my own promotion to the current position. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, has also served as a principal program officer at the National Gender and Equality Commission from the year 2016 to 2018. So here, our speaker actually brings together all the Article 59 Commission experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Washington Sati, karibu sana.
The chief guest, Commissioner Lawrence Mute, my colleague, Commissioner, Professor Marion Mutugi, also the expert on mental health issues, Dr. Frank Njenga, the representative from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Faith, our colleague from this space, and all invited guests. Good morning, or is it afternoon? I think it's still, good afternoon, everyone. My name, as you heard, is Commissioner Sati, as Petronilla already introduced me, or well put it, and thank you very much for this wonderful, wonderful invitation. To begin, let me begin by congratulating our sister commission, which are founded within Article 59 of the Constitution of Kenya. That's why we have the National Gender Equality Commission, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and then Commission on Administrative Justice, also known as the Office of the Ombudsman. All these three are a constitutional commission born under Article 59 of the Constitution, with mandate to promote human rights and also protect the sovereignty of the people, and of course the national value and principles as enshrined under Article 232 of the Constitution. I want to congratulate Kenya National Commission on Human Rights for bringing up this issue of mental health rights, which as a person, I feel it's the right time, of course tied with what the expert who spoke before me, Dr. Frank, pointed out. And this is because, from listening to him keenly, then it clearly speaks to us the reason why the president himself saw the need to bring out the issue of mental health at a national or at national level. It is the same narrative that tells us why every day when we wake up, you will find perhaps popular or well-known lawyers or people we know that we've seen doctors, killing their family members. These are the same narrative that we are now beginning to understand. If you saw yesterday's news, where principals of secondary school convened and they admitted that drug use in school should be an issue that we need to vet first or to test first before kids are admitted. That tells you that there are underlying issues and problems in the society. And more so, it is the same narrative that we appreciate why in the security sector, we are having policemen and women who are just like you and me, members within the community, but then they will wake up and kill their colleagues and family members and perhaps people they don't even know. We've seen this. I think this is where Dr. Frank Njenga was coming from, and this is where the president, His Excellency the President, was also coming from. This is because, as a country, we've not really appreciated much the need for us to give the attention that this issue deserves. We've not really given that much attention. And I think those are some of the scenarios that I've mentioned that we will not have waited until the situation become worse for us to react. I am not a scientist myself, but then I think if proper early diagnosis, early identification, and interventions were put in place, then we'll be able to minimize situations and scenarios related to the issue of mental health. This is because, on the daily basis, we live in an environment where demands are high. Most of us will agree that our working environment perhaps sometimes is not healthy. Too much pressure around us, too much stress around us. But the question is, do we have different mechanisms that will allow us to minimize those situations before they become serious issues? There are efforts, little efforts here and there that are being put in place, and the doctor again emphasized on what has been happening, and also around discrimination and stigmatizations. I remember as a young boy, we usually saw those people who have mental health issue as mad people. And I will vividly remember, we will always say in each village there's a madman. And from that statement, then now you begin to see the kind of thinking that leads to discrimination and stigmatization to those people. The families don't even want to come out clearly or openly. They will want to tie those children and hide them at home, living perhaps under very, very deplorable or bad conditions. This is where we are coming from as a country. And therefore, the need for us to come and speak out and provide or give attention that this issue and these groups deserve. The doctor again explained very well. I will really love to read that task force report that he alluded to, particular on what are the aspects within now the vulnerable groups or the special interest group, the SIGs. To what extent were you able to cover, or did that report capture them? When you are going around the country, what were the thinking or what are the recommendations of the task force on mental health issue in line with SIGs? But then, as players from the disability sector, I must agree that disability and mental health issue is, of course, interconnected. And this is because from the definition of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and also the Constitution, it appreciates that psychosocial impairment belongs to the disability family. By the nature or by their experiences, or those who have this condition, then by the nature of what they go through, then it's clearly defined under disability. There are other factors that, of course, contribute to mental health issues, like poverty. We all agree that disability and poverty is directly linked or connected. And most people with disability are likely then to experience this issue and therefore have stress, they experience discrimination, and of course then it will affect their mental health condition, which now leads to mental health issues. If we go deeper about the issue of mental health issues and how it's interconnected, perhaps in the next years to come, more number of people or persons with disability will be, again, under this category, because it's becoming a global issue. But now the question is, are we prepared enough as the disability sector, as the National Council for Persons with Disability, the Ministry of Health, are we well prepared for that kind of a social issue that might come up? We've heard of situations where those with mental health are denied services or simply a disability card. And this is, a card that can allow them enjoy some services like tax exemption certificate. But are we making sure that they access these rights? Is it well defined within the legal frameworks? What is it that we are missing? What are the gaps that we need to relook at? And a lot needs to be done so that that can also be realized, so that they can also appreciate the issue. When I received an invitation from my colleague, Petronila, which I worked with before I left to join CAJ, and Petronila, congratulations for your hard work. and I'm proud of you being there. I was just wondering, the questions that I was trying to ask myself, like for example, what are the players or other players, like as the Constitutional Commission doing? As the Office of the Ombudsman, what is our role in all this? What is it that we can do to ensure that we bring out the issues of mental health issues? The answers are, of course, tied within our mandate and what we were formed to do within the law. And I think a lot is expected of us to support our sister commissions. I know this requires a lot of contribution from all the different various actors, both state and non-state actors, FBOs, to come out and speak out on this at a national level. But then, like for example, after COVID came in, a lot of attention was given towards COVID. And the issues of COVID, there was a lot of billions of money that was invested towards fighting COVID. Why don't we give the same spirit to the issue of mental health issue? This is the role of course, Article 59 commissions, to make sure that we push and demand for accountability from the government. And also, we have the responsibility to hold them accountable. The non-state actors, of course, to push. For example, the next, of course, government coming in, what is it that they are putting in as their agenda, their manifesto? Perhaps our role needs to come out clear when it comes to asking these questions. But you as non-state actors have a clear role to ask, to look at this manifesto and, of course, bring out the questions on the issue of mental health issues and push for them to be put in those manifesto. And they need, of course, because to me, it needs to be a national discussion and it needs to be given the attention that it deserves, just like what we did in early 2000s on HIV and AIDS, where all the stakeholders came together, put efforts together to fight HIV. And that is the kind of attention that perhaps we need to think, and also the next government needs to think about to help and support the mental health issues and sector in Kenya. Now, to our end as the CAJ, I think many of you have heard, or perhaps have not heard of the Ombudsman, but our mandate is very clear. We have two areas that we work around. The one area that I must mention is, of course, issues around maladministration in the public sector, not the private sector, but the public sector. Our mandate is limited to only public sector. And we see ourselves playing key role. For instance, many have complaints of discrimination, denial of getting your card from the National Council of Persons with Disability, and also the tax exemption card certificate from the KRA, for instance. The Office of the Ombudsman is there and it's in charge, and you can come and launch your complaint with the Office of the Ombudsman. We will, of course, listen to you and listen to the justifications, whether they are lawful or why that card or that certificate was denied. We will look at what the law says, and we found the reasons were not justified, then of course we have the powers within our acts to make sure that that happens. The second area that we also have, or our mandate around, is on access to information. I know the Ministry of Health and different, of course, players, they hold relevant information. But remember that information sometimes might not be easily accessible. There might be a challenge for one to access that information. The Office of the Ombudsman is there. When you request, for instance, how much has the Ministry of Health allocated for mental health issue? What programs does the ministry have on mental health issues? What actions or interventions are they putting in place for this coming year? You can write to them, and when that information is not forthcoming, then the Office of the Ombudsman is a place you can walk in to make sure that they intervene and you get that information. Together with our sister commission, I think there are areas we can build collaboration and nexus on, coming up with a joint advisory, because that is a mandate that we clearly have. to see how issues like the mental health issue can be embraced both at national and county level. How can we have response mechanism to make sure that the issues are brought out? This is an area that I see we can play a very key role in this space. I know, and I don't want to talk much, but I want to end by thanking those who participated in this competition. They're the ones who've made this day a success. They were the ones who made this day happen. I will, of course, have an opportunity to congratulate you again, but again, as I stand here, congratulations to everyone, and I look forward to having deliberations with everyone and to hear from everyone. Thank you, and thank you very much.
You see how we clap? Look at pale nyuma. That's how we clap. Like this. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Vice Chair Sati, for those remarks. Highlighting the importance of early diagnosis and intervention, highlighting the need for preventive, friendly work environments. And you've also mentioned about the socio-economic determinants of mental health, such as poverty, amongst others, which I recall very clearly as some of the issues that the Task Force of Mental Health, led by our good Dr. Jenga, really extensively brought out. Of course, closing with the role of constitutional commissions. So, asante sana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us not tire, we are almost getting there. Our next speaker is one whose sandals, I would say, are unfit to untie, to borrow the words of the good book. She's a renowned scientist, trainer, manager with extensive experience in management and governance in various public and private universities. She has indeed traversed and impacted the world of academia in various capacities. She's the former Vice Chancellor of AMREF International University, which is a premier Pan-African university specialized in training, research, and extension. Our speaker is a former Vice Chancellor, former, if there's ever such a word, a Vice Chancellor of University of Kabianga. She has also served for more than a decade in the Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology. This is JKUAT. Our speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a dynamic research scientist who is widely published in her area of genetics and more recently bioethics. She believes that human rights can best be achieved by inculcating an ethical culture, and brings to the Commission her training, research, and analytical skills. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is now a 2-month-old commissioner at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which I would like to call the fourth commissioner. The fourth commission, I beg your pardon. That is from the first one, remember the KI Commission, the Jao-led Commission, the Kagweria Commission. Now we have the chairperson, a new chairperson, known by the name Roslyn Odede. So ladies and gentlemen, Professor Marion Mutugi, karibu.
Thank you very much, Petronila, and all of you all protocols observed. I particularly want to recognize and appreciate the participants of the competition. As you all know, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has a mandate of promoting, protecting, and monitoring human rights compliance. I am least qualified to talk about it, only being 2 months old. Actually, it's 6 weeks, but I will try. There are many things that the Commission does. The mandate of the Commission is wide, and therefore the Commission seeks to prioritize areas that they believe are important and are urgent. And the Commission has flagged mental health as one of those areas. The Commission notes, as has so been well put by the previous speakers, that 75 to 95% of people in low and medium income countries like Kenya have no access to mental health services. The Commission also notes the task force report that supported this previous observation by the World Federation for Mental Health, 75 to 95%. The Commission also notes the task force report that was led by Dr. Jenga, that 25% of outpatients and 40% of inpatients in our health service providers' outlets are people who need mental health services. And yet, in the allocation of budget, this is only given 1%. So these disparities in resource allocation are obvious, and we shall not tire repeating them. The Commission also has noted that there are things that have happened in the recent past that have impacted the mental health space. For example, COVID-19. As a geneticist, I know that there is a genetic predisposition to mental health illness. And therefore, with all of us having various levels of predisposition, with stress and tension, such as was occasioned by COVID-19, this predisposition actually moves on to active state of mental health. COVID-19 was interesting because the restrictions, movement restrictions, the curfew, the fear of actually getting COVID, the economic impact of COVID brought to fore issues of mental health. But we also know that COVID-19 brought issues of disparities in resource allocation to mental health. So, these are some of the justifications that the Commission has to prioritize issues of public health, of mental health. As has so well been put, this space cannot be occupied by one player. We need both state and non-state actors. We need people who have lived experiences so they can talk from a position of knowledge. We need professionals, people who are trained, medically trained. We need the Ministry of Health. We need all of us. We need civil society. We need lawyers. But here, we are here because we need poets. I was disappointed that the categories of participants excluded some of us. Because I happen to be over 60, so I was looking for the category of over 60, and so I did not send mine, but I will read it. It says, lonely and not alone. The house full of men and women, father, mother, the aged and children, yet I felt I could not share and bare my heart, could not dare to share my joys, my fears, my thoughts. I was lonely in the midst of people. For many years, I sat and toiled at work, and I thought I had foiled attempts to hide all this tension that threatened to come along with me to my pension and to live with me in retirement. I would continue to be lonely with all these people around. Though I shared a bed with him for many years, he could not even guess what my soul bears. He could not really access my heart, where there were many things that hurt, for many years and hidden deep. Thus, even at home, I was lonely, yet not alone. And now, after many kids and all those years, trying to find what my heart bears, could not find a window to peep, and so I no longer try. Now, I just try to be happy so I don't cry, mourning, lost time, lost money with doctors, seers, and gangas, yet all I needed was a therapist. Now I know in my old age, I will not be lonely and not be alone. I wonder how many today are as I was, with heavy baggage of various sorts, and yet don't need to carry things and actually should not. Thus, for years, left will try to ensure it's not their lot. Like me, to carry so much for so long, lonely in the presence of the omnipresent. I wrote this 20 years ago. So please put it in the competition. We've noted the issue of stigma. We've noted the progress that has been made. We've noted that we all need to work together. And it is the commitment of the Commission, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. We recognize that Haki kwa Wote includes people with mental health challenges. Haki kwa Wote? No, that is not good enough. Haki kwa Wote?
Kila wakati.
Na kila wakati? As a postscript, I also want to note that the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights is a stepping ground to higher ground. That Commissioner Sati worked with the Commission in the Programs Department, and now he's a commission of the CAG. We also want to note that our chief guest, Commissioner Sati, worked with the Commission as a commissioner, went to the African Union, and now is with the United Nations. So the Commission is where you ought to be. Haki kwa wote, na kila wakati. I thank you.
Haki kwa wote na kila wakati. Let me just say really I'm impressed by the team from the Commission. Actually, the Commissioner was here by about 7:45 a.m. and she's been seated that entire time and listening. We need to celebrate such rare public servants. A better round of applause to her for the dedication and the courage. I'd also like to say here that Elizabeth and Petronilla, while all of you are enjoying Easter, ensuring that everything was working on well, we were constantly on phone, ensuring that everything works well. So ukiona vielea ujue vimeundwa, and you see them sailing, you know they've been made. And therefore, this entire excellent work, there was sweat, blood, and tears. I went into it to see it a success. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce another dedicated public servant, Dr. Elizabeth, as she comes to direct us to the next set of actions. Makofi kwake as she comes to further lead.
Commissioner Prof. Mutugi, we will add poet to your bio. This is the hidden skill that isn't displaying on our website at this rate. But you will agree with me that our previous speaker, Commissioner Prof. Mutugi, has proven what Dr. Njenga said, which is that poetry heals the soul, is a balm to the soul. And so at this stage, we are going to have a screening of a poem. In this poem, named Community-Based Mental Health Care, The Power of Purpose, Scottish author and poet Erin May Kelly juxtaposes two mental health facilities, One is a facility that is built to support people in their healing, while the other simply re-traumatizes people. Her poem invites us to imagine different ways of supporting people with psychosocial disabilities in accessing healthcare. The poem was commissioned for the launch of the new World Health Organization's guidance on community health services that are based on a rights-based approach. Please play Erin May Kelly's poem. Thank you.
Two people crawl into two different mental health services. Two people crawl into two different mental health services. They both have dirt underneath their fingernails from when they clawed their way up, only to find they were still so far beneath rock bottom that the air was too stifling to ask for help. One of the people is offered an outstretched hand and a listening ear. They are given a tea with 2 sugars, just how they like it, and all the time in the world to tell their story. The room is as warm as the nurse's voice, and every decision is their own choice. The other person is given an unmarked pill bottle and a door that they don't have the key for, a meal they don't like, and a clock counting down to hopelessness. What happens to a person when they are treated as less than human? When they are treated like a tranquilized problem that needs to stay docile and become more prisoner than participant? In services where there are maroon-soaked nail marks in filth-ridden rooms, where restraint bruises are burned into shaking wrists, where people become a watered-down version of themselves. In cities, both flourishing and struggling, mental health services are turning away from respect and refusing to look human rights in the eye. Abuse, both screaming and silent, can be found in all corners of the world. How many times can a person be told they don't matter before they start believing it? This is not a problem tucked away in a shadowy part of the world. It's not a monster under someone else's bed. This is a problem within our... We have the instruction manual of how to put humanity into healthcare. There are too few services around the world where people are the heart of policy. These places are few and far between, but they are a shining beacon of hope to those who ask for help. Where professionals ask instead of tell. Where professionals treat the person and not just the symptoms. There are services which have been built by the people who once needed them. And clearly marked maps showing you how to step back into the community, allowing the people who asked for help to shape the path back into society. People remember when they are told that they are more than an illness. They will remember the power of their own name, and their problems will still be part of them, but not the part that wins. When respect and dignity are at the heart of healthcare, there are no shadowy corners or filth-encrusted beds, no bloody sheets and echoes of confused cries, no workers turning a blind eye. Nobody gets left behind in the dark as corners are cut. When consent is the only non-negotiable thing, we can build a system that heals more than it hurts. The power to save lives has been placed in our palms. You can reach into the tear-stained earth and pull life from the soil. You can be the difference between a life and a body. You can stop another success story from becoming an obituary, so another person doesn't crouch in the shower at the end of the day and try to scrub abuse from their skin, so they can walk back into society with dignity, to a life that they forgot they deserved. When human rights are the foundation of healthcare, you will save more than lives. We will save dreams, memories, passion and purpose. You can stop someone else's time from running out. We can save thousands more stories if we just act now.
to introduce the keynote speaker. Makofi kwake as she comes to Father Lini to introduce the keynote speaker. All right, I like that. I like the diversity in this group. Yeah, all right.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, who will give us our keynote address, is a phenomenal person. I actually feel totally unqualified to introduce him, but I will try. He is a former commissioner of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, one of the commissions that lay the foundation of the house that we are trying to paint. He then moved on and to be a commissioner of the Commission on the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that is the AU Commission, and he was the vice chair of that commission, African Commission on Human and People's Rights. He is an academician of repute at the University of Nairobi, and for those who went there, they want to tell us that it is the university. I'm not sure about that, but it's okay. He is currently the chair of the board of the United Nations Fund for Victims of Torture. Put your hands together with me for Commissioner Lawrence Mute.
Thank you very much, Professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Habari zenu. You know, the only way you're going to sit disability should be diverted from the criminal justice system because they apparently cannot understand the judicial proceeding. I say it is disablism when you assume, so you have this happy family thing, right? You and your 2 kids. And you assume that every person with a mental health condition is raring to rain violence on you and rape your loved ones. It is disablism. It is disablism when the proposed new mental health law continues to allow coercive and non-consensual psychiatric interventions. These are the discussions that we need to have. So think disablism, then you'll think sexism, you'll think racism. So disablism is akin to those things. Of course, you can contrast that with ableism, which is discrimination in favor of able-bodied people. So that's a context. So then my next question then becomes, don't worry, the poetry is coming, leveraging art to ensure the human rights of persons with disabilities. So how do we do that? So, I mean, clearly, I must commend the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights for this project because, I mean, they recognize that art can play important roles in the human rights discussion. And also, too, I commend all the participants at this poetry competition. Now, you ask, how may art become an enabler of the human rights of persons with disabilities? How might art be a bastion for combating disablism? Human rights workers, in my view, may leverage human rights
Two people crawl into 2 different mental health services.
So she says, a free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends and dips his wing in the orange sun's rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied. So he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill. For the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze and the trade winds soft through the sighing trees and fat worms waiting on the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on a nightmare scream. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied. So he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown, but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. Now, that is Maya Angelou. And when you think about that majesty, that power, then this, by the way, is as much true of music as it is of poetry. So obviously, for those of you who like Afrobeat, not reggae, obviously you'd think about Wole Soyinka. That's Wole Soyinka. you think about Fela Kuti, okay? And Nikolapo Kuti. If young people don't know Fela, you really need to go and listen. Look for Fela. You have to listen to Fela, okay? What point am I making? So when I think of remarkable lyrics in Kenyan music, I quite quickly fall back on the band Sarabi and its excellent record Sheria. When the rapper deadpans with a question, machozi ya perpetrator inaeza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. Okay? I mean, I couldn't do it like Juliani, but now, then one excellent Kenyan band, which I have followed for the last 3 decades, tells you my age, Jabali Africa, okay? And so they have this record, it's called Gangsters in Parliament. I shall not sing, I sing in my bathroom. Something along the lines, I see gangsters in Parliament, running my government. Okay, and it goes on and on and on. But you see, that is the power of music. Indeed, as then one can have a discussion about the power of poetry. But then let me move on quickly. Then the question I ask, evolution or revolution? Evolution or revolution? Now, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is revolutionary. So we say that. By its assertion that all persons, including those with mental and intellectual disabilities, have legal capacity on an equal basis with others. Okay? Now, of course, on an equal basis with those of us who society deems normal. Okay? So that's a standard. Now, some persons with disabilities, of course, may require support to exercise their legal capacity. But their legal capacity is unimpeachable since they are human beings. Now remember, historically, men denied women legal capacity. Historically, whites denied blacks legal capacity. So now here we have this scenario where society purports to deny persons with mental disabilities legal capacity. And we are saying that this cannot be. So this is a discussion on revolution or evolution. So again, an important question for us human rights workers today is this one. Should we employ art to support societal evolution or social evolution, or should we employ it to support social revolution or societal revolution? In other words, is art a mirror held up to social reality, or as a playwright, Bertolt Brecht asserts, is art a hammer with which to shape social reality? Art or art as a hammer. So art for me is a key component of culture. It's a key component of culture, and we should recognize that actually art can play important roles in moving discourse forward. For example, this discourse which we are having around mental health conditions. So it's about the sorts of strategies of action which we put in place. Strategies of action to promote and protect human rights. I suggest to you that we need to make sure that human rights workers like ourselves are committed to the project of revolution, purposes of ensuring that all can enjoy human rights on an equal basis with others. Actually, if you look at writers around the world who have been killed or imprisoned, so of course Ken Saro-Wiwa was killed by the military government in Nigeria, Jack Mapanji, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, all of who were imprisoned. So clearly there are issues there. But then, what you might ask me, do all these writers have to do with mental disability? Now, earlier I managed not to read you a poem by Stella Nyanzi, but now I'm going to do that. Don't worry, it's an okay one. So she asks the question, must one first fall mad? Must one first fall mad? And this is what she says. In this God-forsaken country, the mouths of men are silent. Fear keeps them immobile. The courage of women is dimmed. Their children are dead or in prisons. They say that I am insane because I publicly speak truths that angels dare not whisper. They say that I am deranged because I fight murderous gunmen with Facebook posts and poems. They look at me and shake their heads. They wonder who bewitched me. I look at them and sigh. Have we all been reduced to this? Must one first fall mad to speak truth to power in this God-forsaken country? So that's Stella Nyanzi. So how may we, going towards my conclusion, how may we harness art towards the revolutionary demands of persons with psychosocial disabilities, of persons with intellectual disabilities? I say, let's use art to question or give contours to what it is to be. Let's use human rights to empower people to be what they are. Let's use art to sanctify where sanctification deserves, and even to confuse and scatter the dark forces that violate our human rights where that is necessary. Let's not use art to stereotype mental health conditions. Let's think twice whenever we must use ableist or disableist labels and expressions. For me, it's interesting. I didn't say don't use them, but I said think twice, think about it. Why are you using them? Okay? Let's think twice. Let's include characters with disabilities in our art. Remember, round characters, not flat stereotyped caricatures, like the ones you watch on Mexican soap operas. Okay? Let's include disability themes in our art, on reasonable accommodation, on accessibility, on legal capacity. So let's use poetry, music, prose, and even addresses like this one to speak truth to power. So then let me conclude by, I also write poetry. So let me conclude by saying this. I think despite what I have said, for goodness sake, when you are an artist, this is a paradox. So when you are an artist, do not allow us to pressure you to communicate high-minded messages. Let your art develop organically. Allow the muse to take you where it will. But please, let's remember that it's about our language. Let's remember it's about our culture. Let's remember that a lot of that stuff is not on TikTok. So then my poem, I'm not sure it has anything to do with mental health, because I'm not sure I knew mental health then. It's called Must Mugwe Die? Honestly, if you don't know some of these figures in Kenyan history, then I think I'm very worried. But I should explain that Mugwe, in Meru tradition, would have been the leader, the prophet, and in this poem, you'll also encounter other traditional leaders and the heroes of the 19th century who are fighting the British, I think. So the poem is called Must Mugwe Die? Shall we sup subdued by candlelight? Or should we light a campfire to suffuse foe and friend? Shall we let's sit around a bonfire and trade stories of local folklore folk tales of the giant and of man-eating mermaids? Shall we dine wearing white kerchiefs, napkins, and read about fairies and bears in far-fetched winters? Shall we allow to fall to relic the magnificent mosaic of the Njorincheke? Hush, and do you? Let's listen to the African concerto of Nyatiti and drum hail its first vital bars, soothing Kimnyole that he stopped turning in his grave. Then we may allow the voracious violin to wail its vivid heart out to our restored soul. We may struggle to decipher Shakespeare's sonnets when we know that Wango Amakeri's women folk await in the wings to keep our boys on their guard. Thank you very much.
Deserves a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, for such an authentic, vulnerable, and deep conversation as we salute him. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I can now say thank you so much. You can have our seat. Dr. Elizabeth, I really feel stirred, and I feel like perhaps if the Open Society could support your work, you could convene a group of poets, like us and, the commissioner and, John Jomue, who's actually watching us online, incredible writer, and, and the prof, so that we can do a piece, It's taking me back to a story I wrote on I will not even read it. On the 13th of November 2018, I wrote a poem titled "Where Do Broken Hearts Go?" I'd suffered a terrible heartbreak, and the only way I could express myself was through writing. And I wrote a really long poem. And then on the 22nd of December 2018, after being in hospital for a couple of days and going through therapy and healing, I wrote a follow-up article written, "Broken Hearts Do Heal." So it's beautiful. And then his speech has also taken me back to my own journey. Ken Saro-Wiwa's Africa Kills a Son is one of the foundations that laid my own activism and the work that I do in community and mobilizing. And 3 Days on the Cross by Wahome Mutai, all beautiful pieces of work. And now as we come to the celebration and we're coming to the climax of this entire gathering, thank you so much for your patience and thank you for being with us. Allow me to take us to the next one, where now I'd like to invite some of our key guests who will be handing over certificates and announcing the winners. I'd like to welcome all the speakers. I'd like to welcome Dr. Faith Mudachi. I'd like to have Mr. Macharia Njoroge. I'd like to have Commissioner Lawrence Mute and Commissioner Washington Sati and Dr. Frank Njenga and Commissioner Prof. Marion Mutugi to come to the stage. And this is how we will be. So on one side, we're going to have Dr. Faith Mudachi on one side with Mr. Macharia Njoroge of USP and Commissioner Lawrence Mute. I want them to come to that right side of the podium. So they are responsible for gifting the under 18. So Commissioner Mute will gift number 1, and then Dr. Faith will gift number 2, and Macharia will gift number 3. And then this is the side, which is on the left side of the podium. I'd like to have Dr. Frank Njenga, Commissioner Sati, and Professor Marion Mutugi. And they'll be responsible for gifting the 18 and above. Dr. Frank Njenga to gift the number 1, Commissioner Sati number 2, and our Commissioner Prof. Mutugi will gift number 3. I'd like them to come. So, Petronila and Elizabeth, you can help me manage this. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, is it on? Yeah, it's on. So we've come to that moment. Yay, finally. And I can see this is standing between us and your right to food. But you see, this is it. That's why we are here. So we are going to have all our guest speakers present gifts. In the first category, we are going to start with the 13 to 18 years category. So under that category, we'll have Dr. Faith, Mr. Masharia, and Commissioner Lawrence Mute on one side. And then we'll have Commissioner Prof read out the awards, to the winners. We'll have, so we'll have the commissioner read the names. Then in the second category, 18 to 25 years, then we are going to have Commissioner Washington Sati, Daktari, and Commissioner Prof gift the winners. So I think I will reorganize a bit. Thank you very much. As we read your name, kindly come up here and we shall recognize you and applaud you. Meanwhile, shall we all prepare? Are we going to clap or are we going to do this Danish? This or this or this? Now we clap. Okay, haki kwa wote? Na kila wakati? Now we have the second runner-up.
Drum roll.
Selina Wanja. Selina, this is the 13 to 18 category. Selina Wanja. Well done, Selina.
Makofi kwake as she received the certificate for the brilliant work done.
Well done.
Another gift hamper right inside the backpack there. Makofi kwake tafadhalini.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Selina. I really like your bag. Stand here so that we can later take all the pictures. This first runner-up is no less than Anselm Mbuya Bogo. Well done. We've been talking about the boy child. There he is. There he is. Remove your mask, please, so that we can see your face in the 13 to 18 category. Well done, well done. The winner in the 13, you can stand right here, Ansel. The winner of the 13 to 18 category poetry competition to mark the 2021 World Mental Health Day is Rose Gitonga.
Makofi kwake tafadhalini. Rose Gitonga, the overall winning category.
Well done.
Well done, well done.
Kindly remove your mask so that we can see you well. Super. Well done.
As they say in the University of Nairobi, the future is luminous. The future is luminous.
The next category. the winner. Well done, Rose. Yes. Thank you very much. We go to the next category, and this is the 19 to 25 category. After this, then we'll go to the over 25 category where Commissioner Mute and I belong. Thank you very much. The second runners up for the 19 to 25 category is Fiona Duta Thairo. Fiona. Woo.
So thank you very much. So that is number 3. Fiona Duta, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, well done. And there's a bag for you, a beautiful backpack. Yes. Yes, yes. You can shake hands. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. So our first runners up, that is our number 2. Ta-da, ta-da. Naomi Kipruto. Naomi.
A better round of applause as she comes to Alini.
Well done. Congratulations, Naomi. Well done, well done. You also received your certificates, commendations, congratulations, as well as our pack. Well done, keep writing.
Well done, congratulations.
Photo moment. And now coming to the winner, 19 to 25 category, 2021 Poetry Writing Competition to commemorate World Mental Health Day. Guess who it is? Eh? Omondi Robert. Congratulations.
Omondi Robert.
Congratulations, Omondi. And you'll have no other than Dr. Jenga gift you. Wow, congratulations.
As he comes onto the stage.
Yeah, you received your certificate. Where is the plaque? Let's have the plaque here for the winner. Is the plaque for you? Congratulations, Robert. Well done. Zawadi zimezidi. Congratulations. A round of applause. Let's have our awardees come on stage. Then we get to take our photo shoots with all our guests. We are the group photo. Congratulations once again. Well done, well done. Keep writing. Keep writing, keep expressing yourself.
Called Smile billboard right there.
So congratulations, our winners.
What do we say? Do we say cheese or waru or poem or what?
Now, as they do that, I've just been informed that we have one of the other writers in the category of 13 to 18 in the house. And it will be, just equally, useful to actually just make a honorary mention. Patience Wamboi Mudhoi.
Makofi kwake tafadhalini. Joe.
Congratulations,
Congratulations, Faith.
patients, for writing. You can join. Okay, on the side. Congratulations. Come join the team.
Okay.
Yeah. The certificate and the bag. Yeah. So you also get to receive something. Writing is not easy in this age when our young ones are happy to do Netflix. So just to have young people write and engage in important issues of the nation, mental health, this is really great. Congratulations. So well done, patients. Well done, well done. You also get your certificate of participation, and you also get a backpack to put your poetry writings and your school assignments. Well done.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now that the photo session has been taken, are you done with the photo session? All right. Okay. All right. Excellent. Now, our distinguished guests can take their seats, and our poet, as we let Selina just stay behind briefly. Selina will read her piece, and I don't know whether it's to read or perform. I think it's to perform. So we just remember when she's, just remember this is how we celebrate her when she's, throwing on those punchlines so you can stomp your feet. Selina, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Serena Wanjakafoy from Magomano Girls High School, Nyandarua County. Ready to present a poem entitled Why Sick? Okay, the main purpose of the poem is because I've learned that most people are having this condition because of depression from family and friends, listening to what your friends are talking about you, what their opinion about what you do. Okay, and I begin. Why sick? This heartless world, a world flooded with tears, dark souls roaming in a bush world, searching to kill and destroy a dream. The pain of people who pretend that I matter. Only when I smell no matter, their opinion will like a hurricane, whispering sounds that make me hallucinate of becoming a loser so they can walk in pride. As a young support girl, in a world where dear ones encounter has made me never settle a wink, for I fear my dear men will pull me back into tunnels that are dark, where I will not walk even. Even before I'm healed, my dear friend lingers in it again. Negative opinion make her not reach her goals, and I fear it is I to follow next. How should I know their deceitful smiles? This leaves me sick. I've learned to live like a happy slave, dodging that is good and what is evil. I'm a monitor. Demons fill my head, making me mad, destroying my ability, filling my head with hurabarus. Friend, help me out of this battle. Help me break these shackles. Help me out of this well. But how can you? For you led me into it. Thank you.
Brilliant and very soulful. A better round of applause to her. Now we're going to get a piece from Rose Gitonga, who was the overall winner in the 13 to 18 age group category. Rose, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rose Gitonga from Magomano Girls High School in Nyandarua. And I'm the author to the poem Behind Closed Doors. The main aim for writing the poem Behind Closed Doors is because, many of us, or almost all of us, are in stress. And slowly, stress leads us to depression, which may also cause mental health. And that is what I am creating awareness about to the community, society at large, making people know that the small things that you say or do might be greatly affecting someone. And I will start. Behind closed doors. Silence. Silent. Can you maintain silence? Why is it so hard to understand? Pharaohs, give me peace and listen to what I have to express. This here, that's there. Ha 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 ha. Funny, isn't it? Have you seen that big jet coming from the loo? So scary. Let me get a shelter. When I laughed so loudly, where there was nothing funny. When I walked so proudly with a torch dress, scared a giant with its kid. Did anything click to your awareness? Anyone who noticed all was not well, or you are all full of activities giving me names? Have you ever thought of how it started? Or is it not an issue to be addressed? It started with one bad mouth, drawing a word, one plus another one word. The words became so heavy, so much heavy, very heavy. To put it down, I wished, but how? And I didn't know how it came up. Drip, 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 and the emptiness of my heart followed. Was there anyone out there, just one person who could have realized that this is not a song? I begged. It was actually something that was happening. Drip, drip, drip. 4 drops of tears already, and I grew weak. The burden I carried, the tears, it blurred my vision that I could not see my prospects. To put it down, I wished, but how could I? And I didn't know how it came up, and no one to help. Drip, drip, drip. 8 drops of tears already, and I gave up. Fellows, it is time to learn to appreciate, understanding that not all that walks straight is upright. Our heads are bent, our hearts have stooped, and stress is finishing us like night illness. Help me out of it, over the dark pit, and I will give you a story about it, a story I very well know of it. Drip, drip, drip. 10 drops of tears already, but I can smile. Thank you.
She deserves a better round of applause. That courage, the audacity to stand. I think when I was her age, I was, going to de nyumbani. But here she is performing poetry. And I'd like to recommend to the commission that it would be nice to have some sort of mentorship. They could meet, like the commissioner who's actually a poet and a professor to just meet and, build that. Now, let's put our hands together for the second category, 19 to 25, where we are having Fiona and Dr. Dairo, who's going to be performing her piece. Makofi kwake tafadhalini.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll present my piece titled "Not the Road Not Taken." A person also. I'm not trying to be original. I'm not trying to be clever either. I'm trying to be obvious because that's how far it extends. Obvious enough for many to recognize it, but not to respond to it. Well, obvious enough to my hockey coach years ago who nodded in understanding on seeing my artistic forearm that I could draw in my blood. It was this understanding that I needed then. The experience may have been obvious, but the support given by different people was not. It was not obvious to the woman who formed me in her shell. I had to bluntly lie about getting cuts from a fence on her asking. But hadn't I been silently crying for help? Wasn't this what I had wanted before? Relevant tension, a saving hand. Perhaps the experience wasn't as obvious to me as well, at least not as another would think. And now I had to learn about new feelings in me. What a task it is to relearn yourself. It would take me a few nervous breakdowns for me to eventually drag myself to a seminar. Tired, drenched in rainwater. But hope light at the end of the tunnel. I felt hard, and not alone. But the light was at rain, and the demand for 2,500 cash prepayment was the rattling of the rail, and the train of despair ran straight into me. Anna Karenina. That was the day I wrote the note. You'll wonder whether I thought of my mental health as my right.
Both have dirt underneath their fingernails from when they clawed their way up, only to find they were still so far beneath rock bottom that the air was too stifling to ask for help. One of the people is offered an outstretched hand and a listening ear. They are given a tea with 2 sugars, just how they like it, and all.
How much worse can it be to experience both? To be limited from excellent quality of life because one lacks some quantity of printed paper? Printed paper. Human technology is so extensive. Isn't my worth greater than paper that we can print? Besides that, isn't this what we all go through at a point in life? A rock bottom? How better it would be to have insurances for mental health, to have free low budget discussions and programs that free our minds. I had to free my own mind. Well, not before a lot of self-diagnosis, But right before I could get exposed to free mental services, such as those in KNH, how beneficial it would be to those who learn of these opportunities in time, to those who will not be limited by factors such as money, to those who can respond to their mind's health as they do their bodies. To this, a new world will have come, an obvious one. Thank you.
We can, a round of applause to Naomi as she comes. Second runners up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is quite short, so I believe I'll take the shortest time compared to the rest. So I present to you my poem, Free the Free. The news anchor shows up tonight, perfectly put together like every other night. On a closer look, you can see the dark eyes around his eyes, a clear sign of sleepless nights. You think to yourself, finally, someone I can relate to. And he presents to us parcels of land that were grabbed, another shooting on the street that went wrong, dead bodies in the nearby forest, and no, he's not referring to the ones that you read in the papers yesterday. You silently wonder, do these things haunt him at night? You watch him walk home every evening, a silent walk of shame, head dropped low, shoulders sagged, and you know what happened? He died in the hands of the police. And just like that, what was once a promising future was turned into a statistic, something to warn college students about, something for young men to dread all over again. You watch as he laughed, a man of the people he called himself, yet so different, you thought. His hands gently rested on his balloon-like stomach. The common Mwananchi joined him and chant, Abunuwa Sitosha. She was only 14, lest we all forget, and the ghost of that afternoon still haunts her to date. Her smile faded over the years. The crack in her voice could be heard. Every Friday, she danced to the high life music in the club. You remember all the minute details of your high-end life. To that very one call that changed everything. She had overdosed. You blamed yourself, that not even you could save her. Today, you will yourself to live. You step out into the world. You walk past 1 million people. A dull mood engulfs you. A gentle realization, maybe you're not the only one dying inside. This is the call to free the free. Thank you so much.
A better round of applause as we welcome also the #1 winner, Robert Omondi. Makofi kwake tafadhalini.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone here and the organizers for this wonderful initiative. This means a lot to me, so much. And particularly, I'm going to share something that I've never shared in public before. And it's one of the reasons behind this winning piece and the dedication. I'll just summarize the story very briefly. One day I was in class, Technical University of Mombasa. We were doing end of semester exams. And as I came out of the exam, switching on my phone, there were like 5 missed calls from where I used to stay with my roommate. And which was very shocking because we never used to talk much, and all of them are from my neighbors. And when I called one of them and I'm like, what's up? I'm seeing a lot of messages and texts, what's going on? And one of them told me, your roommate is walking naked around the neighborhood. Mwenzako yatembea uchi. And I was shocked, so I was supposed to run straight there. And I remember I had another exam afterwards. So later, when I went, where we used to live, there were like now 3 padlocks. in my door, and I was surprised, why are these old padlocks here? And I asked them, so they told me he's ni kama amekuwa amerogwa ama kuna vile amerukwa na akili, those discriminatory words. And I'm like, why are you locking the door? They're like, it had to be done that way. And I asked them, open, please open. And they opened, and I thought that was just it. I enter, I found they had tied sheets, bed sheets on him. And this somebody who had shared a room for a while. And I could trace where this trigger came from. And I was there trying to tell them, no, this is not the approach. You're not supposed to do this. But it was a whole neighborhood against me. And what I did, I took a tuk-tuk guy, rushed him to, I called the father, and he told me, okay, my insurance can only support this, please take him to this hospital. And yeah, so people, when I took him out now, people started now coming in again, and they're like, no, we need to find somebody to pray for him. There's this famous person who treats it. And I was like, no. And he used to get scared when everybody was there. He could get really violent. But when I used to hold his hand, and he was so calm. And when I went to that hospital, which I shall not mention, now that's where my first heartbreak and faced with stigma came, because even the practitioners there were not into believing there's a solution to this. For them, they were like, aufai kumleta, but they were giving that look like, why have you, mbona umekuja naye hapa? And after hours and hours, they came in, they just gave him pills to sleep. And I was left there now trying to research, feeling all alone and with him. The following day, I had a paper in the morning. So I called one of my classmates and colleagues who were together, hakuwa na paper, and I told him, please take care of him, acha niende. And it happened that during the night, the father decided to travel to come to Mombasa, all the way from Nairobi. So when I'm coming out of the paper, I'm coming back, my roommate, who's called Vicky, is not there. And I ask, where is he? Is father supposed to be here? And I'm told, amepelekwa sasa kwa now the expert who does these things, exorcism and all that. And I'm like, where is it? So I'm rushing there, and by the time I reach there, it is this dark room, and sometimes you read these things until you are there, you see, and they are now surrounding him, shouting, praying. Some are trying to beat him, and he's just there all alone, and my heart really broke. And luckily enough, just to summarize, not going to those horrific details, and I found them like pouring salt and oil on him and all that. The father came, I directed him, and something human that I saw that day, and I'll never forget, is when Vicky and the father met, they both broke down in tears. And this is a very grown man, and he was crying, seeing his son, how he looked like. And Vicky, looking at him, was also crying. And I remember his words, forgive me, like, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on, but please just get me out of here. And they were both crying. And I saw the humanness in that. And I always say, if there are only two ways, mental health is a human right. If you cannot see the right in that, the rights in that, let's see the humanness in all these people. And therefore, this is a dedication to Vicky. Unfortunately, in one or another, months later, he passed away. But when I saw the competition, I just remembered him, and I said, I love to write something to remember him. And this is my first time sharing that story of him. He recovered, and I wish he could go back and so for the people to see how it was possible. However, I feel like I use writing as a way of being a testimony. And that's why I'm very grateful for everyone here and all the initiatives that are being done. And I really hope that one day uko mashinani, because that's where my heart is. Hizi stories zitafika, because Vicky, I know it was not an isolated case. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a poem that reminds me of that moment. And I feel so privileged to have the honor to have the first reading from this anthology. It's really beautiful. Thank you. Cold stares, silent whispers, warm wounds, loud prayers. Cold stares, silent whispers, warm wounds, loud prayers. Cold stares from the men next door, from the women in the neighborhood, from the kids playing, from my classmates in school. Silent whispers from the men who said, he's out of his mind, from the women who murmured, he has been bewitched, from the children who mimicked my speech, from the classmates who tagged me as being possessed. Warm wounds from the men who finally decided to grab me, from the women who brought the chains, ropes, and made sure I was tightly placed on the bed, from the children who threw things at me, from my classmates who gave me tugs that cut through my heart. Loud prayers from the men who wanted to exorcise me, from the women who brought in the preachers, from the children who were sent to bring in the soil, the salt and oil for cleansing, from my classmates who were asked to join in loud chants to scare away the demons. It's a whole society, it's a whole neighborhood, highly convinced that I must be possessed and it can't be any other way. And so I also find myself giving cold stares. Probably this will push them away, as I hope someone will come to my rescue. I also find myself having silent whispers. I just need my meds. I'm not possessed. Somebody, please come to my rescue. I also find myself nursing warm wounds, from the heckling to the beatings to the traumas, all because they gave me a tag and were too determined to rescue me. I also find myself saying loud prayers. Yes, I too can pray. And Lord, rescue me from this coercion, stigma, and degrading treatment. And may you hold me in my journey to recovery as I prove to them that this can be managed. But before then, both them and I are caught up in an exchange of cold prayers, silent whispers, warm wounds, and loud prayers. May your intervention come to our rescue. May we never have to face such in this unequal world. May we together make a difference. Thank you so much.
Extremely soulful. A better round of applause one more time for the gentleman Robert Omondi for that beautiful dedication to his friend. Now, as we're almost done, now it's just the vote of thanks. But before the vote of thanks, allow me to give a minute to Mr. Fred Ouko Alucheli from the Open Sati Initiative of East Africa, which now changed to the Open Sati Foundation. He'll give a brief remark before we invite the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Danish. For me, it's just to congratulate all the winners of poetry today. I also have to confess that I like art. And in my own space, I do art for therapy. Like, I write a lot. I know some of my friends don't know, but I write. And art is the only medium that you can actually communicate hearty things like you are doing, the winners. And I think we should encourage these so that everyone gets to read our pieces. And I'm happy that the commission found it fit that to do the booklet so that many generations can read. And I hope you'll allow me to have a few copies that I can also give to my colleagues back at the office, so that people begin to understand how else can we communicate more than just having workshops and all these kind of things, but something that people can read and understand and see how else can they join the movement. How can they become advocates? How can we support our sisters, our brothers, our friends? How can we make the society understand that mental health is key for nation building? How do we invest in mental health. And for those who have direct relationship with politicians, now is the time. How are you ensuring that they get it that we need to budget for mental health at a county level? Are they having an agenda of budgeting for mental health in their different counties where they're like MCAs, where they're politicking, the senators, the governors? Are you asking them those hard questions that they're actually budgeting for mental health at those particular low hospitals, which are close to Mwananchi? It is not a function of only national government, but also county government that they budget for mental health. And you've heard from Omondi. Thank you, Omondi, for really bringing that story of your friend, because stories like this go unheard. And people face a lot of injustices, but we never get to know or hear about them. And so really just thank you and congratulations for all of the winners for today. And thank you, the Commission and Daktari for taking this lead. We are happy to support this kind of work, and we really continue to
time in the world to tell their story. The room is as warm as the nurse's voice, and every decision is their own choice. The other person is given an unmarked pill bottle and a door that they don't have the key for, a meal they don't like, and a clock counting down.
Wow, that has been a great day, a great afternoon. And I want to thank our chief guests and our other honorable guests. Thank you so much for making the time to come here. Thank you to our dear poets who took their time to write down their emotions, put down their experiences on paper. Thank you, and may this talent that you have never die. May you continue writing your great pieces. May we read them in the papers, both locally and internationally. For the parents and the guardians, thank you so much for nurturing the talent. Thank you for being with our young ones. Thank you for walking this journey of mental health with those of us in our families, in our places of work, those ones of us who suffer, discrimination by the society. And as we say today, haki kwa wote kila wakati. And my pleasure or my joy is to actually just say thank you so much for your time, and may God continue blessing you. And so I will just say a short prayer as we end the session. The photo session, our photographer is still around, so you can take photo sessions on the banner outside. And so let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before thy presence. We thank you, Lord, for being with us throughout the day. Thank you for giving us the chance to learn more about mental health. And as we break for lunch, may you bless it. As we travel back to our residence, Lord, may you watch over us on the road and keep us safe. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So asanteni sana, and welcome our colleague Anthony. Will give you the meal cards, and enjoy your lunch.
Haki kwa wote, haki kwa wote, kila wakati.
Two people crawl into two different mental health services. They both have dirt underneath their fingernails from when they clawed their way up, only to find they were still so far beneath rock bottom that the air was too stifling to ask for help. One of the people is offered an outstretched hand and a listening ear. They are given a tea with 2 sugars, just how they like it, and all the time in the world to tell their story. The room is as warm as the nurse's voice, and every decision is their own choice. The other person is given an unmarked pill bottle and a door that they don't have the key for, a meal they don't like, and a clock counting down to hopelessness. What happens to a person when they are treated as less than human? When they are treated like a tranquilized problem that needs to stay docile and become more prisoner than participant? In services where there are maroon-soaked nail marks in filth-ridden rooms, where restraint bruises are burned into shaking wrists, where people become a watered-down version of themselves. In cities, both flourishing and struggling, mental health services are turning away from respect and refusing to look human rights in the eye. Abuse, both screaming and silent, can be found in all corners of the world. How many times can a person be told they don't matter before they start believing it? This is not a problem tucked away in a shadowy part of the world. It's not a monster under someone else's bed. This is a problem within arm's reach, and we already have the instruction manual of how to put humanity into healthcare. There are too few services around the world where people are the heart of policy. These places are few and far between, but they are a shining beacon of hope to those who ask for help. Where professionals ask instead of tell. Where professionals treat the person and not just the symptoms. There are services which have been built by the people who once needed them. And clearly marked maps showing you how to step back into the community, allowing the people who asked for help to shape the path back into society. People remember when they are told that they are more than an illness. They will remember the power of their own name, and their problems will still be part of them, but not the part that wins. When respect and dignity are at the heart of healthcare, there are no shadowy corners or filth-encrusted beds, no bloody sheets and echoes of confused cries, no workers turning a blind eye. Nobody gets left behind in the dark as corners are cut. When consent is the only non-negotiable thing, we can build a system that heals more than it hurts. The power to save lives has been placed in our palms. You can reach into the tear-stained earth and pull life from the soil. You can be the difference between a life and a body. You can stop another success story from becoming an obituary, so another person doesn't crouch in the shower at the end of the day and try to scrub abuse from their skin, so they can walk back into society with dignity, to a life that they forgot they deserved. When human rights are the foundation of healthcare, you will save more than lives. We will save dreams, memories, passion and purpose. You can stop someone else's time from running out. We can save thousands more stories if we just act now.